Coming to you live from my apartment, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy who always loves to stir the pot. I am Rob Cesternino. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our top 40 season countdown of Survivor. Here we are tonight. We talk about the number 4 season of Survivor as voted by the listeners of Rob Has a Podcast, and that is Survivor Fans versus Favorites, Survivor Micronesia. And we have a great panel to talk about it with tonight. Let's welcome back, making her third trip to the panel here to talk about Survivor. The microphone is not where it's supposed to be, as I'm here on the road. As we welcome in this woman for the third time, please welcome the great Lindsay Wilson. Lindsay, how are you?
I'm so good. I can't believe this is the third time coming on here. I get to talk about Sari again. I get to talk about this amazing season. So
Yes.
excited.
Lindsay, you first were with us in Survivor Africa, part 1 and 2. Then you were also back with us for Survivor Panama. And now, much like Sari returned from Panama, here you are back again to talk about it. Of course, Lindsay is the host of several other amazing podcasts, including BoJack Horse Pod, Simpsons Then and Now. Always a treat to get to talk Survivor with you, Lindsay.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm a little bit nervous about this one because I feel like no one cared what I said about Survivor Africa, but this one's like very beloved. So I'm worried that people will take objection to more of the things I say, but we'll see.
Okay. All right. And I'm very excited to have the chance to talk Survivor on the countdown with this woman. I missed her the first time through when I made my cross country move back when she talked with Taryn and Matt Scott about Survivor Cook Islands, and here to talk more about Ozzy and Penner and Parvati. She's the co-host of the Wrestling RHAP Up. Please welcome Mari Forth. Mari, how are you?
Hey, Rob. I'm glad to be here. Glad to follow some more of these characters to their second seasons.
Journey.
Yeah, glad to be with you talking about Survivor. I'm not a Survivor know-it-all like you, so there will be a lot of questions that I hope don't come out too stupid.
No, definitely not. I'm excited to have you here to talk about it. And of course, SummerSlam was this weekend. So this is a very busy week for you.
Yes, very polarizing pay-per-view to say the least. If you want to hear all my thoughts and rants, you can catch me and Matt Scott this week on the Wrestling RHAP Up, talking all things SummerSlam Fallout, the NXT TakeOver Fallout, and of course, this highlights in this week of wrestling.
Okay, well, we are going to get started here tonight talking about the number 4 season of all time. We'll continue this conversation. We'll get to our feedback questions here tonight, but anything we can't get to in this podcast, sometimes these can run a little long. We'll get to in our patron feedback show coming up on Thursday when Greg Dunlap and Brendan Fitzpatrick join me on Thursday at 5 Eastern. Of course, you can see and hear all those patron feedback shows at robhasawebsite.com/patron. We've done one for every single season, and we will continue to bring it home here in these final 4 seasons that we talk about. 3 weeks from tonight, we'll talk about the number 1 season of all time as voted by the fans. And later on in this podcast, we'll tell you the number 3 podcast of all time, and then let you wrestle with the question of what is the number 1 season out of the remaining final 2. Okay. And it will be a final 2, not a final 3, as some people might have thought along the way. Okay. So here we are to talk about Survivor Micronesia. First, Mari, why did you want to be here to talk Micronesia?
Because Micronesia, so I am not a Survivor like super fan, you know what I'm saying? I've watched every season. I've watched like most of the seasons live from like 27 on. But also there was a stretch of seasons that really got me when I was watching them live when I was younger. So like I said, on Cook Islands, it started with Cook Islands, then Fiji, then China, and then Micronesia. When I watched all of those, like my junior and senior year of college. College. Oh my God, high school.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I really wanted to. I was so lucky to get to talk Cook Islands and now get to talk Micronesia, because they really imprinted on me as a young person. Because like I said, the Cook Islands was the first one I saw live. Everything before that I had saw like in just a rewatch on the Outdoor Channel when they were running them on the Outdoor Channel.
Yeah, OLN. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So my junior year, that's how I stumbled on Survivor. I watched them on that channel. Then I watched Cook Islands live, watched all 4 of those live, and then I took a hiatus like until I don't even know when I came back. And once I came back, I've been watching live. But like those 4 seasons in general really just imprinted on me, and I'm so glad to be able to come back and watch Micronesia. And you said, we'll get to watch you'll talk about the number 1 season in a few weeks. No, we're talking about the number 1 season right now.
All right. Now, Lindsay, what is your personal connection with Micronesia?
I love this season so much. I think in terms of where I was kind of when it was airing, I think this is the last one I saw before I went to university, because this was like 2008, right? I think somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this was like the last one I watched before my little hiatus in between, before coming back later on. So I definitely remember that very fondly. Like, it was a very specific time in my life. But in terms of coming back to it over and over again, I love this season so much. Like, I feel like we're often fed, and this isn't unique to Survivor, but we're often fed these stories about like women undermining each other and this like scarcity mentality of like, we have to pick each other off. And this is a story about women being like, you have unique strengths and we are going to use all of them. We're going to put them together to create this like unstoppable killing machine.
Yes.
And it's so satisfying to watch. It's so good. We're just like celebrating each other's accomplishments, and it's incredibly entertaining to watch. And I just love it.
Yeah, that's a really great point in terms of this women's alliance that comes together at the end of the season, because we have other seasons where Survivor One World, for instance, but that's not necessarily like the Avengers assembling. I mean, that's really a lot like that. Okay, Kim has like a really strong group that she's able to keep together, and we really don't highlight too many of the other women in this group, where this really is an ensemble.
It's more like Superman versus Batman. Is that what you're calling One World, Rob? Is that what we're saying here?
A little bit. I'm not even sure who the Batman would be in that scenario, but we have, this really great group that comes together here in this season. Now, I really was surprised when I learned that this was going to be number 4, because I feel like that this season is typically, I feel like, is considered top 1 or 2, and at worst 3. So this to me was, I think, the biggest surprise of the countdown so far, of it being number 4. Lindsay, do you have any thoughts on why has Survivor Fans versus Favorites fallen to number 4?
Yeah, I was trying to think about this too. Like, this does seem low to me as well. I'm wondering if it's like a little bit of people feeling like it's gotten overrated or something. I think the biggest thing, though, that probably works against it is the format. Like, I think people are viewing it as like, oh, here are 10 people who have no shot, and it's just like cannon fodder. And I'm wondering if that's kind of what it is. Like, these people are undeniably more entertaining than the Caramoan fans, but also like, they don't have a shot. Like Penner says it at the reunion, like they just didn't have a chance. And so I'm thinking maybe that's where the backlash is coming from.
Mari, is it possible that did Survivor Caramoan tank the predecessor?
No. If anything, on my rewatch, I never go back and rewatch Survivor seasons. Like, I'm just not built for that unless I'm sitting here talking to you. So I remember loving this season. And then when I went back and rewatched it for this, I was like, oh my God, I really love this season, because I think the problem is we get beat over the head with the Eric giving up the immunity idol necklace so much that I think it's kind of like gotten to a backlash type of part of it, where people are like, oh, it's just the Eric and the necklace thing type of thing. Like, I could see the apathy coming there, but they really do not go over all the other really great moments of Micronesia that, I really think people forget just because we keep getting that one moment over and over and over again.
Yeah. That's a good point. it does go on to become a moment that we really call back to. And I feel like that this season is like a really transformative season, because I think that this is the season where Survivor, I think, gets really addicted to the blind side, where that we have like all of those votes in a row where it's blindside, blindside, blindside. And I feel like that now, that's sort of like, I think both for the production and for the Survivor fan, I think they get spoiled in a way after this season, where if it's not all blindsides, then boring season, not enough blindsides, where I think this really like set the bar for how many blindsides should be in a season. And Lindsay, I feel like that, we're going to go from this season into Gabon, and I think that really even helped to elevate it more.
Oh, totally. There's definitely like a fans versus favorites hangover thing where like Gabon is such a train wreck, and like there are no Parvati's and Cerise to be found in Gabon, especially at the end game. So I think looking back, you're like, wow, how have we fallen so far from Micronesia? So I think definitely there's something to be said for that.
Yeah. All right. I think a lot of people feel like that because of the sudden switch from a final 3 to a final 2. And again, I think that's like more of a logistical thing than anything that they had like designs on, in terms of like, oh, why don't we trick people and make it think it's going to be a final 2 this season, where Suri ends up being like very, very much robbed from having her chance to fight for the money at the end. Do you think that that's a consideration that people had for why they might have docked fans versus favorites, where especially when Suri is going to come back and play again in Heroes versus Villains, but then again in Game Changers, where it's almost like that Suri got so close again, and because she didn't get it, does that leave people with a more sour taste about this season?
I don't know. I wouldn't think so. Because I don't know, because I ranked it number 1, so I can't tell you what other people who did it. But I am definitely here to just give Suri all of the flowers, because again, it was one of those things that when I rewatched it, I'm just like, man, she is so good, and I really felt like she wasn't even getting the recognition while she was out there on the island. So, I mean, Suri, not them going to a final 2 format instead of a final 3, really, it did rob us of what could have been like a real like just juggernaut of where do the votes go. We could have probably got our first like win where it wasn't like a plurality that decided the winner, so or a majority that decided the winner. So I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. I cannot fathom why people didn't put this higher. This is top 2 and it ain't number 2. So I don't understand.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, if they didn't have it number 1, they might have had it number 2. And that means that a lot of people had it at least like 5, 6, 7, Lindsay. So I just don't know at what point did this season fall so out of favor?
Yeah, I don't know. I think just like, all I can think is the stuff we've already gone over in terms of like, maybe people think because they've seen, I really liked your point, Mari, about like, maybe we've seen the Eric thing so many times that people forget just what a masterful moment that actually is. If they haven't gone back and watched it in a while, they're just like, okay, whatever. Like, he gave up his necklace. But like watching this back, I hadn't rewatched it in a while, and it totally holds up. I thought it was so good. Like, I had this, I think, at number 2, and I do think it's too low at number 4.
Because I think a lot of times as we've gone back to some of these older seasons, like I think that there are some seasons that were like, okay, particularly revered at the time. And then we look back in like the eyes of 2021 and it's like, like there was some stuff there that wasn't that great. But I don't even think that there is, any like notable thing that you could point to here in Survivor Micronesia where that, okay, this was actually kind of messed up that this happened in this season.
Yeah, I actually think that's what I was thinking as well. I thought it was a pretty flawless season in that regard to like most controversy. I mean, the biggest thing we got was Kathy just running her mouth as soon as she touched the beach, but in a way that was just so awkward and endearing that it seemed like at least her, her castmates were like, she's just kind of kooky. We got Natalie calling Jason all sorts of B words, but nothing compared to like your first like 4 or 5 recaps you had to do with
sure, but like even like last week with going back to China, where like boy, there's
Jean
a lot
Robert.
of like Jean Robert harassing Courtney in this season. I feel like that we don't really even that I can't see why there would be a reason why it would be docked so much. I think that definitely the pre-merge is slower than the post-merge, but Lindsay, is the pre-merge would you call it a slow pre-merge?
No, I didn't feel like at any point I was like feeling that this was slow. I mean, I think we do suffer from the fact that we lose Jonathan and Kathy in like unusual ways, so maybe that hurts it a bit. But like the fact that it's Penner going out, it's still interesting. So I don't know. I didn't feel like it dragged at any point.
Mari, I would say that the medical evacuations, I think, helped this season, because this is we've done 20 contestants in Cook Islands, and I think that was something that was talked about, how like there was a lot of people that were like, it was an uneven edit where we really went like all in on some people, and other people like wait, do we know anything about Jenny Guzan Bay or like some of the other people that are out there? But here in this season, I think because you end up getting the medical evacuations, I think it helps the season.
Yeah, like again, when you go back and watch it, you don't realize like they had the most back-to-back blindsides, like 4 blindsides. Was it 2 medical evacuations and Kathy leaving? It's just such a great season, and I agree. You pretty much get a sense of everybody. I do feel like after the switch, though, we got more heavy on the Malakal tribe, because they were the ones who kept going to tribal. So if anything, Natalie and Alexis were kind of not really edited until we got to the merge. But other than that, you're pretty right. Like the people going out in unusual ways kind of help us get a sense of the whole cast in general.
Yeah, Lindsay, are there any other flaws with this season that you could, highlight in this diamond?
Jeez, other flaws. I'm trying to think what I have in terms of like high level notes. I have a note that says I want everyone to be nice to Penner always. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think just like the fact that maybe even just in terms of the setup of the camps, like the favorites get like a camp that's really great, and the fans, it's like you're on a crappy beach that sucks, and everyone's like, we hate it here.
Yeah,
and
that's a really good point, and maybe we should explore that a little bit, of like the idea of the fans versus favorites. That Mari, that in my mind, that I think that I think that Survivor might have designed here, what they liked is basically, I feel like that the fans were sort of like set up like, I've compared this as like that, like, hey, let's watch the Harlem Globetrotters play the Washington Wizards, and who cares about the Washington Wizards, because we want to see like a bunch of these newbie idiots get posterized by all of your favorite all-star players. But I feel like that's a thing in wrestling too. Like you have like all of the jobbers that come out there for your favorite wrestlers to just beat up on. And I think that Survivor sort of like stumbled into a format. It's like, hey, your favorite players, wouldn't you like to see them do really awesome against a bunch of people that don't really know what they're doing?
And then they still kind of did it. You know what I'm saying? They still lost the first immunity, So yeah, you have to say something. They clearly gave the favorites the better beach. You go over to the fans beach, and it is just it probably wasn't good to begin with, but then on top of their inexperience, they just didn't know what to do. It was crazy to me by like the second or third episode, when they're still like, we haven't drank water in like 3 days, and I'm like, okay, I get like you can't make a fire, but it has also been raining, so shouldn't you be trying to like catch rainwater in something? Or maybe I don't know my survival.
Yeah, you could do that. You could do that. You definitely could.
So yeah, they definitely set the fans up, but the funny thing is, didn't the fans before the switch, the fans won, what was it, at least 2 of the immunity challenges?
Yeah, I think they went they split. I think they went
they split
2 and 2.
Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't even, as much as a posterizing as it was once we actually got the switch up. So they definitely try to sink the fans there, I think.
Well, I think
Lindsay,
Survivor loves a growth narrative too, right? So they want to be able to bring people in and be like, look how much they improved in their like 30 plus days out here. They're so good now. They're so ready. So they want to give them a little bit of an edge so that they can show that maybe.
Mhm.
Lindsay, do you feel like that they nailed the casting for fans versus favorites in terms of the favorites?
I do think it's interesting that they only, apart from Fair Play, they only have people from after All Stars. Like, I think that's kind of interesting. I wonder if that
Mhm.
was maybe a miss.
Mm.
Like, I don't know if we needed, I mean, Amy and Eliza are both great, but like, I don't know if we needed two people from Vanuatu. Maybe we could have gone further back. And like, I think there
Mhm.
is a problem of diversity here. So like, maybe we could have expanded a little bit more in terms of who they brought in. Yeah, like we get Amanda and James both from the previous season. I don't know. Maybe they could have done a little bit better. What do you think?
Yeah, they doubled up on a lot of these seasons. I'm like looking
Yeah.
at it. I'm looking at the list now. You got 3 people from Cook Islands, 2 people from Vanuatu, 2 people from China, and
Mhm.
then Suri from Exile, Yaman from Fiji, and Fairplay from Pearl Island. So I mean, it's a great cast. It ended up being a great cast. How
Yeah.
they ended up, picking them is I don't know.
Yeah. In terms of like how it all plays out, I don't think they really ended up with anybody who was a dud on the favorites, and barring,
Fair
I
Play.
feel like I have to say Johnny Fairplay, who
Fairplay.
that I don't know how much like this is in like the text of the season, but Johnny Fairplay at the time of this is dealing with a back body drop that he received at the hands of Danny
Oh
Bonaducci.
no.
Mar, did you know this backstory?
Is this when Fair Play was like in what was it? It wasn't WCW at the time.
No,
Was
no,
he?
no, no, no. This was at the so there was a Fox reality channel awards party,
Oh,
and
okay.
at this party that and I happened to be there, just so you look, don't be
Okay. All right.
too
Look at you.
impressed,
Look at
okay?
you.
I know some people, and so this is picture it 2007, and I'm at this Fox reality party, and they like blew a fuse, and so they're like trying to get like backup power going like all night long, and because it's not live, they're like recording it to tape. So they have like long stretches where different reality people are just sort of like taking the stage, and everybody is very drunk and like doing like crowd work, like so hey, what's going on? And at one point Johnny Fairplay gets up there and he's bombing, and he's bombed, and he's about to be
Oh.
power bombed. But he's it's not going great. Danny Bonaducci comes up and is like, no fair play, nobody likes you. And then Johnny Fairplay like tried to like started like jumped on him and was like humping him like a chihuahua would, and Bonaducci just like flipped him over his head, and then Fairplay went like face first and broke all his teeth. And this was
Oh my
like 2
gosh.
weeks before he went to go play in this season. So he's not in great shape physically or mentally at this point. And so that really plays a lot into his departure from the game.
Wow. I thought you were referencing, I think Johnny Fairplay was like the TNA champion
He
at one
was,
point.
but
Yeah.
he was very severely hurt before he went to go play in this season. And then it was not great. And for more, you can Google Johnny Fairplay, Danny Bonaducci for that story. But that's sort of the
So
backdrop, not the back body drop of this
so
whole season.
do you think the whole I'm about to have a baby thing was a work?
I think he was in a lot of pain. I think that
Mm,
was look. I think that he may have had concern, but I think also like I think his head and his heart wasn't really in it
yeah,
to come back and play Survivor at that exact point.
I think
that
the
makes
story
sense.
was they didn't give him his meds, right? Like that he didn't have his pain meds.
I mean, well, that would be a big
Ooh.
advantage for somebody. Like I
Yeah.
understand what he's going through, but also like, hey, like get me some pain meds on Survivor.
me some Advil,
That would mean like I'll take it. So either way, that's sort of like a backstory to the season that's not in the show at all. Like they don't make reference to that
Yeah.
because
Looks
it
like
is
he's
an
got a
abrupt
retainer
turn.
almost.
Yeah, I think that he had like a ton of like dental surgery. Like his teeth got knocked out.
Right.
Jeez
Not great.
Louise.
Yeah. So, but that's all part of the first episode of the season. I mean, I feel like we've set the stage. Is there anything else that either of you want to set up here before we start to go through this thing?
No, the only thing I can think of this season really did go back for me for when they actually had to also survive the elements.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that you miss from them going to like the different locations, because man, it seemed like it was raining. I think we got rain every episode, which means it had to rain at least once, like every 3 days. Like that was just like amazing to watch, like those people just sit in the rain like that. And Kathy, I love when Kathy said, like, when you watch the show, they only show the rain for 30 seconds. They don't show that it's raining for hours. And I'm like, yep. And that's why I'm here on my couch and you will never find me in Survivor.
It's the worst part of the whole thing that I always say you could do 100 days if it's dry, but those rainy days on Survivor are just, there's nothing else that's more excruciating than that. So that is rough, especially if you don't have a cave.
Yeah.
Let's just also touch on Parvati as a winner here. This is Parvati's winning season. We'll see Parvati again in season 20 and then back again in season 40. Lindsay, how did Parvati's win hold up for you on the rewatch?
I think it's really good. I think it's impossible to kind of completely separate it out from all of the sort of help that she gets, especially from Suri. I think in some of the biggest moves, you can certainly see Suri's hand in all of those. But I think just the fact that she brings in Alexis and Natalie so early is kind of like her masterstroke, in that she can just run the game from there because they're so loyal to her. So to me, it totally held up. I feel like she played really dominant game. She says, like, in the first episode, she's like, I'm not out here to just starve for nothing. I'm gonna win. Like, she's got a good winner at it right off the bat.
But what I noticed in the finale when I was rewatching the reunion show today, she said, actually what happened was Penner started throwing out my name. I didn't plan to come out and play aggressively. And Penner said, you got to get rid of Parvati. And so she had to go from jump.
And you don't really see a lot of her until the merge, I think. Like, she's fairly under the radar-ish in the pre-merge episodes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, I do think that that's her best move of getting Natalie and Alexis under her wing. And then really Suri comes in and helps to engineer a bunch of those plans. And then Amanda ends up being like the muscle for, winning some of these immunity challenges down the stretch. Mari, do you feel like that any part of this is Amanda losing versus Parvati winning?
Yeah, this was so like, again, when I think of Micronesia, when before the rewatch, I was like, yeah, I remember the Black Widow Brigade. I remember them running the table. I remember Amanda and Parvati being like really close. I didn't remember like Amanda being on the bottom there for a minute. I remember the infamous moment of her finding the idol, but I just never clicked in my mind. Like it's kind of funny how she wasn't as secure as I always remembered her to be. And then once she got to the final tribal council, I was like, why does everybody hate Amanda? To be quite honest, I was a little confused because I think there was one episode, I'll have to check my notes, but I was like, why didn't Amanda win this game? To be quite honest, because she did a lot. Because her tribe was the one that had to keep going to tribal council after the switch, they had to control the numbers. They had to blindside Joel to continue to take out the fans. And if they hadn't done the dirty work of getting most of the fans out, pre-merge, then it wouldn't have been a successful merge, because the favorites went into the merge with enough numbers for them to do some of those moves like blindsiding Ozzy, getting rid of Eliza early, stuff like that. So I really think that Amanda did a lot of stuff pre-merge that she didn't get a lot of the credit for, mostly because it was seen as she was riding Ozzy's coattails, which I think in some instances, as in the Amy going home, she definitely kowtowed to Ozzy with that. But I really think that she was the one who made most of that stuff happen. To me personally, that's how I feel like she played a really good pre-merge.
Lindsay, this has been so interesting to watch Amanda's 2 seasons, or first 2 seasons back to back these last 2 weeks, where I watched her on China last week and then watched her here on Micronesia. And I think what I had forgotten about here is that towards the end of the game, like a lot of the same things that happen at the end of the game in China happen with Amanda, where she goes to a tribal council with Suri, and then she's mad at Suri for throwing her under the bus in front of the jury, in the same way she gets mad at Todd in the same exact spot of, were you making a face, that how could you do this to me? And then the same like conversations like she has like with Eric is like very similar to what happens with lunch lady / custodian Denise. So like her 2 games are actually like very similar.
She wins those same 2 challenges at the
Yeah.
end, like yeah. No, I was thinking the same thing, that it's really kind of remarkable because she does like, she says a lot about how she played completely differently, but she does have some very similar moments. I think the problem that she has is, like, there was a moment, I think it's at the final 4 tribal council, and they ask, like, "Are you expecting a blindside?" And she goes like, "I have no idea what's going on here." And I feel like the jury doesn't want that. Like, they don't want you to sound like you don't know what's going on. And I think that's kind of her problem, is like owning her game. And that was definitely a problem in China too.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
go ahead, Mari.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say I was kind of flabbergasted when they were calling her disingenuine at the final tribal council, because again, I mean, I didn't see it, but I did. Once I started thinking back, I was like, oh, the crying, all of the crying in front of the tribal council. And it made me wonder, the night she played the idol, she did the idol play, and she did the all of the acting, like, it's, I'm gonna go. Did she do it too well to the point then after that everybody just wondered, like, question if her emotions were real after that? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that could have been something that was on their mind. But they kept calling her like cold, and they didn't believe her, and she came off like just like I stoic. I was really shocked at that final tribal council. I don't remember it being that dramatic towards her.
Yeah. It definitely was dramatic for a lot of different reasons. The final tribal council,
Yeah.
between people that were mad. Ozzy was mad, and then went into like a beautiful romantic sonnet for
I was like,
Amanda.
is he about to propose?
Yeah, that sounded
It's
like.
wild.
Yeah. All right. We've got a lot of Survivor Micronesia to get to and unpack. We are going to take a quick break here on the podcast, and we're going to thank our sponsors, and we're going to come back, and we are going to get into talking about the pre-merge of Survivor Fans versus Favorites. All right. Let's talk about the opening to this season. And we started off with, we see our 10 fans on the beach, and eventually they are going to have this big scene to introduce the 10 favorites. Mari, I mean, this is a little bit like like maybe entrances to the Royal Rumble.
Right. Yes. Jeff announcing each one of them, the claps, the cheers, either the pops or the boos. Johnny Fairplay. People were like, yeah. It was very much a Royal Rumble entrance for the favorites here.
Yeah. And Lindsay, my favorite part of this is always still when Penner says, you can be a fan of the Boston Red Sox, but man, you don't want to play the Boston Red Sox. You're going to get your ass handed to you.
That was really good, Rob. I feel like you haven't done a Penner impression in a while.
Hey, what are you talking about, Boston Red Sox, buddy? You ain't going to play the Boston Red Sox. Yeah. So we get to see everybody. Any of the introductions really stand out to you, Lindsay, as being particularly iconic?
I don't know. I love that everybody loves Yao Man. I think that's really delightful. I kind of hate that Amy's clip is just like, look, she had a girlfriend. Isn't that salacious? Like, I don't know. That's the only thing we had for Amy, really.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like she had certainly better moments.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I think that's kind of it, I guess.
Was I the only one? Jeff seemed very snippy throughout this whole season. Like the whole season, I was like, oh, bro is mad. Maybe and it started right here because Jeff and Johnny Fairplay.
He hates Johnny Fairplay.
Yeah.
So snippy with him.
Clearly. Their exchange, I was like, oop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Jeff was not having it.
Mari,
Jesus, who
I think
already
that
looks
Jeff
intoxicated.
had like fought for a while to keep Johnny Fairplay off of the show, and then he does come back here. But I think it was like I think the producers had to really twist Jeff's arm at this point to get him back.
Yeah, it looked like it because it started off rough between the two of them, and it just seems like Jeff was not having the best season this season.
Yeah. He was over it. The big story with the favorites ends up being that we have our our two like couples which end up forming very quickly, Parvati and James, and then Ozzy and Amanda. And James and Amanda, they're the new people on the Survivor block. They just played on Survivor China, and Lindsay, nobody had ever seen them before.
Yeah, I guess they'd probably seen a couple episodes, and so they were
I guess
super
they saw a couple episodes.
Yeah, so you can kind of tell in the reactions when they come out that everyone's like, "Oh, yes, James is here. Like, we know he's strong and helpful." And then they're like, "Oh, Amanda, who the hell
Who's
is
this?"
this?"
Yeah.
Oh no.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you, Rob, because Amanda says like she played 78 days out of the last 6 months. So what was the timelines between the filming
Yeah.
of these?
It's a good question. I think that what must have happened is I think that they probably went to go film Survivor China right after Survivor Fiji's finale had aired in the spring of 2007. So
Okay.
I think if I had to guess based on like what the timetable used to be, either late May, early June of 2007 was when they filmed Survivor China, and then they filmed Survivor Fans versus Favorites probably the middle of October of 2007. So she had come home. They had like basically like a 3-4 month layoff. And then that season started airing, and they probably saw like, 3-4 episodes of Survivor China before they left to go play in Survivor Micronesia.
Is that's not the same filming structure they have now, right? Because
no, now is different.
They
and then
churn it out quicker.
That when they got to Samoa and Heroes versus Villains, that was the first time they ended up filming them back to back. So Russell ends up playing 2 seasons in a row, but he ends up having like only like a 2 or 3 week layoff in between the two seasons, as opposed to, you would think that James and Amanda seem like that they're back to, full strength basically to come back and play in this season.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I was like, it feels like modern Survivor, like they're filming one while one is, so I was like, wow, how much time did she get off? But she did say 6 months, so I did figure out that it would be at least 2 to 3. So that's good. I Godspeed to both of them, because again, it wouldn't be me.
So before we talk about the favorites camp, Lindsay, that we have an interesting twist to open up the game of that we're going to have an immunity necklace for both tribes, and then they had a chance to go and grab the immunity. And so we have a point where that it looks like that Yao Man and Johnny Fairplay are wrestling for the individual immunity, but Yao Man ends up knocking Johnny Fairplay's head into the boat, which I have to feel like that really must have smarted a bit after Bonaducci had just done the same thing.
Yeah, no, like I think probably it would have been like uncomfortable under normal circumstances, but you can see in how strongly Fairplay reacts that like this really upsets him. And he's like, even Johnny Fairplay wouldn't hit someone's head against the side of a boat. And I have a note that says, I do not believe this. So
right. Like, you
sure? Yeah. And so Yao Man ends up pointing Kathy to get the fans idol, so she's very excited about that. We'll talk more about Kathy and company when we get into the fans tribe a little bit more. But let's stick with the favorites. And so who ends up getting the favorites idol?
Yao Man.
Yao Man. Okay,
Yao Man.
So it's just a one tribal idol that they have. Yao Man could have used it at the next tribal, but it's just one and done. All right, Lindsay, what's your impression of the tribe of favorites now that they are in practice?
Yeah, I think it's like pretty remarkable. I'm sure it's edited to make them look like the Avengers assembling a little bit, but like they're just so quick and they're so effective and they really know exactly what they're doing. And like, I think it is interesting that they just instantly form up these couples so quickly. Like James calls Parvati a sex kitten type girl, like
Yeah.
in the first 5 minutes. Eliza doesn't approve. But yeah, no, I think like they just come across as being like so well prepared and so ready for this. And it's just the contrast with the fans is going to be pretty notable.
Yeah. So we're going to have our first immunity challenge, and ultimately the favorites are going to somehow lose. What an upset, Mari.
Yeah, after they came to the challenge and they're like, "Oh, we've been eating, we've been dry," and they lose, and it's just like it's any given Sunday on Survivor. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody can win at any point. So I mean, it was great. Like, you know, you want the favorites to win. I wanted the favorites to win, but also you want to see the strategy. You know, you want to see the strategy kick in. We got a little bit of preamble before the immunity challenge that it was like already 4 versus 4. We had the two couples, Parvati and James, and then Amanda and Ozzy versus Pinner and his group, which I don't know if this was kind of like a young versus old thing, but it was Pinner, Amy, Eliza, and Yao Man. And then we had Fair Play and Sari in the middle. I did not like that we got absolutely no Sari in this episode.
Yeah.
I was very upset. I was like, why are we jockeying for Johnny Fairplay as the tiebreaker? Sari is right there.
That's such a good point, Mari, because I feel like that she's going to end up being such an important swing in the next round when they get down to 9 and it's 4 and 4 and she's in the middle. But yeah, I guess because this is also Fair Play's boot episode that they made it all about how he was the person in the middle. So we really don't know which side Sari was on. Lindsay, do you have any sense of where Sari was going?
Yeah, not really. It seems like they just view Penner or Fairplay and Sari as like these two in the middle. Like they don't really seem to try that hard to get either of them like firmly in. And it is weird to that point about like, why are they not trying to get Sari? Like Fairplay, they're all like, oh, he's the least trustworthy guy in the world. Let's all go after him as like a firm number. That seems wild to me.
Yeah. I don't know. I sense that like maybe she was with the Penner group because they seem so miffed when she's not with them. But I don't know. We don't have any evidence of that in the show.
And that would make more sense. That would make more sense as to why they reacted a few episodes later, because even I was like, what's happening here? Like, not Pinner of all people. You know what? We'll talk about it. But
all right. Well, Johnny Fairplay, that he has both sides trying to push for him, that Fairplay can't even believe it, that he's telling us, did they ever watch this show before? Because how could anybody be trusting him? But we end up with a moment after the challenge where Fairplay suddenly wants to go home, wants to see his girlfriend. He can't feel his family, Lindsay.
First of many. Yeah, he's like really saying he thinks that there's something wrong at home and like he just wants to get out of here and he shouldn't have come out here. And yeah, it feels very sudden where he goes from that like, oh, like I played a perfect game last time and I really want to be here. And have you guys ever seen this show? And then all of a sudden he's saying to Parvati, like, I actually kind of want to leave. And Parvati even floats it as we should use this to throw Eliza off.
What a
we'll
trick.
Pretend that you want to quit. And he like, that seems like his bread and butter. Like, you'd think he'd love that. But I think that speaks to how not in it he is, that he's like, no, I actually just want to go.
Yeah. Mari, I wonder maybe he might have been running on adrenaline for like a day and a half and that started to wear out. Like, all right, I gotta get out of here. Check, please.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree. That's probably exactly what happened. Because at first I was like, is this even I was like, is this a ruse? Because I never remember who goes home first on most of these seasons when I'm doing the rewatch. So I could not remember if he had went home first or not. So I was just like everybody. I would have been skeptical. But I guess I'm glad it worked out for him. You know, that he got to go home. He wasn't feeling it. At least he didn't take up a spot from anybody else. looking
To
at
be
you,
fair, I
Chet.
don't even think he went home. I think he like ended up going on the pre-jury trip. So I don't know. Maybe he called home.
Oh,
Yeah. So it wasn't like
well.
he got out and then went home.
Yeah, that rain must have got to him.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. But
Yeah.
anyway, they go to tribal council. Jeff is a little skeptical of this also.
Oh yeah, and this back and forth, like Murray sort of flagged it that Jeff's like super snippy with Johnny Fairplay especially, but Fairplay goes like, "I don't need to put on a little show for you, Jeff," and he's like so mad this whole back and forth, and Jeff's really trying to get them to say that this
Oh
is a
my
quit,
God.
and Eliza's like, "No, we're still voting." He's like, "Oh, we're voting," and he's like so mad. Oh
Jeff
my
was
God.
going in. Jeff was going in. Jeff would not let it go. I was like, oh my God, is this a blood feud? Again, I
Yeah,
don't
it
I
is.
don't know
Yes,
none of the Survivor backstory stuff. Yeah, thank you, Rob. So please fill me in as much. Like as soon as
Okay.
the season is over, I'm done and out of it. So, but you could feel it on the screen. I was like, oh, this ain't right.
So I believe that at the heart of the Johnny Fairplay Jeff Probst feud is that Johnny Fairplay at one of the Survivor finales, I think, was getting into a little bit of an altercation with Jeff Probst's brother. I believe that is the story at one of the finales where that it
Not
almost like came.
surprised.
Yeah, Johnny Fairplay might have been overserved, and that was also the last time they
Shocking.
invited the alumni to like a big finale party. I think that was also the
Oh.
kibosh on that. So yeah, I think that is at the heart of the Probst and Fairplay feud.
That's so funny. That's so
Mhm,
funny. But
mhm.
Jeff was like impartiality out the window.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you to go home.
Go home. Yeah. So he leaves, gives Johnny Fairplay a hug, and
Oh, you can tell that's the last thing he wants to do. He hates this hug.
yeah, he hated it. Okay, all right. So all right, let's get into a little bit more of the actual game strategy here once that
Mhm.
Fairplay is out of the way. And so I guess should we bring the fans into this a little bit? Let's talk about life at the fans tribe, because we have three people that are very much on the outs over there, and that is going to be Kathy, Chet, and Tracy. And Lindsay, they don't even get to sleep in the same shelter as the rest of the fans.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Like they end up creating this whole second shelter, and Tracy's like a carpenter or something. Like she's a residential builder or something. So their shelter is
Mhm.
pretty dope. And I will say, like, I want to get it on the record that I think Tracy is actually super underrated, and I really, really
Yes.
loved her on the rewatch.
Mhm.
So yeah, just wanted to get that on the record. But yeah, it's super weird that like right off the bat, it's like this doesn't bode well for you guys that you need two separate shelters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mario, any thoughts on the initial fans tribe camp?
Yeah, I was
Camp
sitting
life.
there wondering, Rob, how many times have we seen like separate shelters like that in Survivor? Is that's not common?
Almost
Okay.
never. Almost
All right,
never.
that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think people do this. So yeah, I don't know what was going on over there. It seemed like, how do you have like too many cooks in the kitchen yet none at all? Because it seemed like everybody wanted to be the boss. Mikey and Joel wanted to be the boss, but nobody knew what to do about the shelter. What I think probably happened was Tracy was trying to tell them how to build a shelter, but they're like, yeah, be quiet. So she's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go build our own fancy shelter over here. And it looked amazing after they were done. And then so amazing that the other seven were kind of like, oh, let's kind of put our shelter a little closer to, I don't know. I just thought that's so juvenile. Like how are you guys on a tribe of 10 people? Even if you're that separated, that was one of the first time I've ever seen like separate shelters like that. Like how does it get to that point? And the only thing I can think of is Joel. Oh my gosh, rewatching with him, I was like, he's so annoying. I could not have been on a tribe with him. And him and his ego with Mikey B legit just made it so pretty much it made it so none of those fans had a shot.
Yeah.
Really.
They ruined it for the fans' chances by targeting each other.
Yes.
But Mark,
the fans legit took themselves out before anything even happened, to be quite honest.
Definitely. Do you think that Joel could have had a career in the WWE?
Oh yeah, he's a Vince McMahon guy. Vince McMahon, I want to guess he has to be at least 6'3",
Happy birthday,
6'4".
Vince.
Yeah. he would love him. He beefy, tall, arrogant. Oh yeah, he would have been pushed to the moon.
Mhm.
Given some weird gimmick, and then maybe he would have, when they did the face paint, like a Ultimate Warrior 2.0, they would have had him go out like that with the face paint and call himself the Wild Man or something like that, and Vince would have eaten it up.
I mean, he did have a good nickname, Truck.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh my
Mhm.
gosh.
Yeah.
Ew.
So, Lindsay, we're also going to get here in this episode back at the favorites camp. Is this where Suri is overhearing what's going on with Ozzy and Amanda? Yeah, is that this episode, or am I skipping ahead?
Oh yeah, it's this one because
Yeah.
like one scene before, there's this like weird, sexy music where Ozzy and Amanda are like out looking for a clam or something, and then he's like, "Oh, I have to stay far away from her." And then like the next scene, they're just like making out on the beach, and I love that it's Penner and Suri like, "Oh God, like this is gross already," and we're like 3 days in. Like this is this is a pretty graphic scene. Like we get right up there. It's very the music choice. It's very aggressive scene.
I was really trying to figure out. I was like, are they trying to like allude that they're doing more than just making out? Because that's what it made it to me. And I was like, are they okay? You know what?
Wow.
I don't know. It made it. That's what they edited to. I don't know.
Well, there's also a moment
to be like.
There's
What
a moment with
happened?
Parvati and James where Parvati's like, "I'm sleepy," and James
Oh.
goes, "And you are." And I'm like, ah, like, oh no.
Yeah, so maybe you
No,
can see
okay.
where Suri is like, I gotta get out of here. All right, I'm going with like Penner and Yao Man and Amy and Eliza.
Is this still where it was Robin Cass still like?
No, she was not involved with this.
Okay.
This doesn't have her fingerprints on it. So, all right, that's basically the highlights of what's going on with the favorites. We're gonna see Exile Island in practice here, and so an interesting way that they do Exile Island here today is that we get 2 people on Exile Island. You both send one person to Exile Island, and this time we're going to see it's going to be Suri and Kathy going to the first Exile Island of the season after we see the favorites win immunity. And Lindsay, Suri volunteers to go to Exile Island, which I thought is very interesting for her being in the swing.
Yeah, and also like she didn't go at all last time, notably, and she brings that up. I think one of the things that really struck me about her going this time is that like you and I talked to Rob about in the Panama one, we talked about how Suri is portrayed as like she got up off the couch and how that really underserves the amazing player that she is, but also really completely helps her here because Kathy goes like, "Oh, Suri is so sweet and motherly, and it's so nice to be out here with her." And I was like, "You are with the scariest person to play this game. You have no idea."
Yep. And I mean, you know that there's gonna be an idol out there, so I like that she tried. My only thing is, okay, so 2 of you are out there, you know what I'm saying, from each tribe. Say you had found it together, like Suri and Kathy were close to doing. What do you do then? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you talk it through? What do you do? Or is this possession is 9/10 of the law? Like, what did they see? What did they foresee when they thought of this part of the twist with 2 separate people going to exile?
Yeah, maybe
my
it's a
thought
tug of
process.
war. Like, hey, I got it. Give it back. Yeah. So maybe I'm not sure exactly. Maybe like what would happen in when Amanda comes back in Heroes versus Villains with Danielle when they fight over the idol clue.
True.
And so before Ozzy found, I guess were the clues the same? The clues were the same. Okay. I don't know why the second episode when Kathy and who was out there, was it Ozzy? I just was like, is it the same clues?
Yeah.
Because they looked at first they looked like they weren't, but yeah.
I think that they were, yeah, and I think that the idea was you probably needed to go there like multiple times, like unless you were Ozzy and able to like swim back and forth across the ocean like it was nothing. Like I think they're like, oh well, no mortal could be able to do this all in one trip.
When we get Suri's like back across the ocean, like
right?
Glorious.
You know what? That's why I was asking that question, because by the time Kathy went the second time, she just knows where the 4th clue is. Why didn't she just go straight to the fourth clue and then look again. Because Ozzy didn't get there to episode 3, right?
Yeah. And
right.
Because nobody went in the first episode. So yeah, that's the second trip. Yeah.
So yeah, because
she goes with Amy once first, though. It's Amy and
there
Kathy
it is. There it is.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. When it was Kathy and Amy, why didn't Kathy just go to the fourth clue and then just, you know what I'm saying? Why waste all that time?
Kathy's gonna Kathy.
I think that's why I was confused as to, are these the same clues? If they're the same clues, just go to the last.
Yeah. I have the exact same note, Mario. It says, just skip to the last one. Why are you doing this again?
Okay, great. That's where the confusion came in. Yeah. Wow. Kathy.
Okay. A lot of talk about what is going on at the fans tribe with the vote, and there's some talk about a vote split. And Lindsay, I feel like that Mikey B might have been a little ahead of his time with trying to do this vote split to potentially protect against an idol play.
Yeah, to me, he makes it way overcomplicated. Like, it's good that he knows what a vote split is at this point. Like, it was only invented a couple seasons ago, but like, he's like, okay, so if Kathy comes back and she has it, then you three are going to put it on Chet and you three are going to go on Tracy. But if he gives it to Tracy, then you're going to switch it. And like, it just, everybody gets confused because it seems like not everyone even totally understands. So I think he needs to really scale this back.
But this is impressive, though, Mari, because I feel like this is Survivor 16 and Mikey B is like playing Survivor 36.
Yeah, but I must admit, I was confused as well. When he was explaining it, I was like, did I look down for way too long? Because I understand what he was saying, but at first I was very confused. And it wasn't until they got to Tribal, I was like, oh yeah, because Kathy has the whatchamacallit idol. So if she had the hidden one, she could also give it to Chet. And then that's when it clicked in there for me. But Mikey B was kind of confusing me as well. So I'm not surprised that maybe half of them, it went over half of their heads. And I've seen all the seasons. So yeah. I get it. He was, he just maybe wasn't playing with the same level that his mind was at. And I don't know. I do also think it was too much because you really think Kathy got it?
Well, you got to see her there.
Kathy. That's true.
They didn't know.
You're right. That's true.
So Joel comes up with a plan that they want to weaken Mikey B.
I hate when they do this.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Mari, they're gonna go after innocent old Mary.
I hate when they do this. I hate when, we really want to get rid of Mikey. We want to cut the head off the snake, but you know what? Let's not go for him. Let's go for the woman he's loosely attached to. Like that happens too many times. Lindsay, am I wrong in that? I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I'm not the Survivor aficionado here.
No, it's like they've been standing next to each other for like 4 days at this point. Like, no, too close.
Yeah, get him out.
Yeah.
It brought me back to Chelsea. What was it? Chelsea and what's his face at IOI? Dean. Yes, there we go.
Yes.
That one even more didn't make sense to me because I'm like, Chelsea was supposed to be in y'all alliance and y'all are getting rid of her to get
like it doesn't make sense. Like it's like they're like, oh, we're gonna get rid of Mary, and then it's like as if Mikey's not going to be pissed and go after you next time. Like, I don't know what the hope is. Like, the idea is that he's going to help you with challenges, but he's obviously now never going to work with you. So.
Exactly. Only for him to go next. So, like,
yeah,
justice for Mary. No, just for I don't know her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mary. Sorry to this.
Well, Mary is going to get a big plug at the reunion show, Lindsay, when it's revealed. When Jeff, I was watching the reunion show, and Jeff's like, "All right, you know about the love angle from this season, but there's another Survivor romance that I'll tell you about." I'm like, "Okay, go on. What is this about?"
I'm listening.
Totally had forgotten about how Mary was engaged to Survivor Pearl Island's own Rhino.
After 3 days, Rob. 3 days. Like, I feel like underreported story. And she's like, and 3 days later, he asked me to marry him like a totally reasonable person.
Yes.
Are Did they get married? Are they
No,
still
no.
okay? All right. Okay. Well, then
Shocking
I
that it
don't.
didn't work out after
Yeah.
such a long romance.
I'm trying to think of other times. Lindsay,
Rhino.
can you come up with any other like? I feel like whenever they like, oh, by the way, these people are engaged. I feel like there's not a great track record for that.
Oh, 100%. And as you know, I love an awkward reunion moment. And they all seem to be doomed.
Yeah, that's not a great sign when they're
No.
announcing like, oh, you won't believe who these two got together.
Yeah,
I'm
and we
literally
definitely
trying to
did.
figure out. I'm trying to find a picture of Rhino right now, and I just still it's not
You
popping
want a
up.
picture of Rhino from right now or a picture of Rhino
No,
from
no,
Survivor?
from Survivor.
Okay.
Ryan O'Trey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And what is the percentage that in an alternate universe, if Ozzy and Amanda made it to the final two, Ozzy would have proposed to Amanda
At the final two or at the reunion show?
at the
Oh.
final two?
Yeah, the reunion's been done. You can't repeat that.
Mhm.
Well, that would be wild to propose marriage after just knowing for 39 days, like in the game.
Yeah.
Like at least Rob and Amber like went
I
home and
mean,
like talked on the phone for a while.
It's 13
he
times longer than Rhino and Mary.
I guess so. Fair enough.
I
Fair
mean,
enough.
he sounded like he was really close there, really close during the final tribal council.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, yeah.
Look, Ozzy is gonna, he's not gonna overthink it.
Yeah.
Just
He
gonna do
knows
it.
what he wants.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else to say about Mary and Mary's boot?
I love when Kathy doesn't know who Mary
Yeah.
is, and she's like doing the recap of what Joel said to her, and she's like, "It's Mary." And, like that kills me. That delivery.
And when they tell her, she's like, "Who?"
Yeah, Mary. Like, what?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's great.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go. This is where things really start to heat up in
Mhm.
episode number 3, where we see it's really all about Suri and her position in the tribe. And so we see that there is the couples, and then also Penner wants Suri to work with them. But Mari, it seems like Suri doesn't really feel great about Penner.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get a lot of why, but well, no, we did. We did. She's basically saying there's 4 of you. No matter what, there's 4 of you. I'm the 5th. You know what I'm saying? I think what happened is in this episode 3, we get Suri, Amanda, and Parv talking on the boat, and this is where they make their final 3 that ends up being the final 3. And Suri had that line, I love it, where she was like, I'm loyal to the people I trust, but if I don't like you, you can't believe a word that comes out of my mouth or something like that. Or if I don't trust you, you can't believe a word that comes out of my mouth. And I love that for Suri. Like, she is one of the best to ever play Survivor. And I mean, I just loved being able to watch this again and really see the moves she made and stuff like this. So I thought this was a great episode. I wish maybe there was a little bit more that we didn't see in the first 2 episodes for Penner to have thought that she was like legit in their alliance, because everything we were shown up until this episode was literally those 4 and those 4, those 4 and those 4, So yeah, Suri being in this position and jockeying it and it not blowing up in her face like Sarah in her first go round was just really masterful to see.
Yeah, Lindsay, this is such an interesting discussion and debate that ends up unfolding between Penner and Suri, because I think that Penner, as we've seen, and like when we go on to Survivor Philippines, I think that he has the reputation of being, oh, he's a liar. He mutinied on his tribe. But I don't really think that's who he is. Like, I think if anything, he is honest to a fault. And I think that he's like very much like above board to the point where, like, if he has like he's inviting Suri to be in his 5, like if he was a liar, like I think he could sell to her like, all right, the final 3 is actually me, you, and Yao Man. That's the 3. But it's not like he's committed to the 4. So he is not going to lie and like sell Suri something in the same way we see like in Survivor Philippines. Like if he was a liar when Lisa and Scoopin come to him and say like, hey, do you want to make like a deal with us to go to the do the I forget what they're offering. They want to do a Final Four with him and Carter. He's like, all right, well let's just see how it goes. Let's play it out. And they say, well, you should have taken our offer. That I just think that he didn't want to promise her something that wasn't there, and then because of that, she's like, well, I'm gonna take the better deal. I don't trust him.
Yeah, I think I feel the same way, and I was making kind of the same comparison where, like, yeah, he won't overpromise to Lisa, and he doesn't want to overpromise here. And I think when that conversation is happening with Suri, he is in a bit of a weird position because, like, Amy is right there, I think, and it's like, I don't know if this is the one where she says, like, oh, I don't think that you have a little thing with Yao, and he's like, oh, well, I think I have a little thing with you, and I have a little thing with Amy. Like, he won't commit to saying, like, let's just go to the end. Like, that's not him, but he's gonna say, like, yeah, maybe I'm not specifically saying you're number two, but like I am loyal to you and to this group. And unfortunately, she's getting a better deal elsewhere.
Yeah. I would also say that I don't know if I would call Pinner a liar. I don't think he's a liar. And I agree with you, Rob. He's honest to a fault. I think he's just known for being very self-interested. And that if he needs to switch tribes, if he needs to switch alliances, he has shown that he's willing to do that. And I think that's where the whole richness of him being upset with Suri later on comes from, because yeah, you know, your group wasn't selected this time. You know what I'm saying? Just like how you did your mutiny, you know, you left another group and then you also switched again. You know what I'm saying? Like Pinner. So I love this. I love this here between the two of them, because this easily, I honestly still don't understand how the two groups didn't just be like, well, let's vote out Suri, to be quite honest. You know, I'm just shocked that she was able to actually not only pick the group that she wanted to be, but actually get her way here. Yeah.
She has so much leverage here. That seems to never even come up about voting out Suri. Lindsay, the thing that really surprises me is, how did it never turn into, we have to get out Penner? That's it. Like, we like Penner, it's too much. We have to get out Penner. I mean, that Suri must have been so focused on Yao Man, who says nothing. He doesn't say boo this whole time. And then not the guy he played with in Survivor Fiji.
Yeah, it's true, actually. And it never even occurred to me that that's weird, that she doesn't try to flip it. And like, Parvati and Jonathan, there was no love lost between them.
It's not like Penner had immunity or anything, or he had the idol.
So would it have been so hard for her to convince them? Probably not. Like, I don't know. But maybe they're thinking they needed him for challenges.
Who says no? Vote out Penner.
Yeah. Ozzy maybe is like, oh, we need him for challenges.
And honestly, to be quite honest, I think that was such a great move, because she's right. Why do we let Yao Man give him any time to extend past his, you know, what he can do? So, I mean, and Yao didn't fight it at all for some reason. So it just made him a good target. Again, the most precarious situation here was Ozzy and James trying to put their foot down, saying, no, we're going to vote for Eliza, which this is where I think we have to probably, we didn't see it, but I'm going to assume we have to give the kudos to Parvati for this part, because Parvati was like, guys, you know, my butt is on the, on the line if we don't go with what Suri wants. So I imagine that Parvati was the one who was able to eventually talk the boys over to voting with Suri and voting Yao Man, and not letting Jonathan's group possibly get out Parvati just on the basis of them being split. And I think this also showed Parvati, at least Parvati, I don't know if Amanda caught it, but like the boys, Ozzy and James, really honestly through most of this game were so arrogant and barely listened to them. It kind of set up what we got in the end game, with them basically turning on them, because they the way they talked to Parvati and Amanda sometimes was very like it wasn't anything over the top, but it's just like you can tell that they were not taking their opinions as seriously as each other's. So this is why this is like Survivor's feminist love story. This season itself is a feminist wet dream here, because they overthrew their love interest. So I loved it, and I feel like the seeds were planted here in this episode.
I love the moment too, Mari, just since we're on the subject. I love this where Parvati and Amanda and Suri are on the boat, and Amanda's like, oh, well, I can stop flirting with Ozzy if you want. And then Parvati's like, no, keep him close. James asks me no questions. And it's just like chef's kiss perfection. It's so good. It's like, yes, just like keep him close. He's not going to ask you anything because he's going to underestimate you and not think that you're up to anything sneaky. And it's perfect. It's how they're able to get all these plots over on them. It's beautiful.
Yep. And it's such a double-edged sword. I'm sorry, Rob. I want to point out it's a double-edged sword, because they don't ask you any questions because they don't value your opinions, you know, but then it's also, I don't have to like sugarcoat anything for you. I don't have to put on a false thing. We're aligned together, and you're not asking me anything, but I can scheme behind your back. It's just amazing to watch. Sorry, Rob.
You're good. It's also like a very like rewarding journey also to see this final three get formed here in the third episode, which is ultimately going to be the final three of the season. You don't really see too many seasons where you have a conversation like on day 8 where it's like, all right, here's the plan. This is the final three. And while it definitely veers in some different directions, like it does end up with this 3 being the group, and they do follow through on the plans to vote out Ozzy. They don't have to vote out James, but it was definitely going in that direction.
Yeah, it was coming.
Okay. Anything else on this third episode, which I think is probably the highlight of the pre-merge for me? Just all of the Penner and Suri back and forth. That is just really interesting.
Yeah. Can I also just point out how like Joel's language here, everything, all of his language, I'm gonna kill them. Baseball bat, baseball bat to head. It is so aggressive, just for no absolute reason at all. It is just very upsetting.
The exact same lines written down. I'm like, what is up with Joel? It's like baseball bat to the side of the head, and like, I'm gonna kill him if they come in my house. I was like,
murder. That's so murdery. That comes out of his mouth. It's really creepy.
All right. Let's talk about episode 4. This is the final episode before the swap. A little bit of a focus on Eliza, who isn't feeling too great, Lindsay. And there's some second thoughts from Ozzy and from James. We should have voted out Eliza. She's not feeling well.
Yeah, I said this didn't age well. That Eliza is like, oh, I'm like feeling terrible. My sinuses hurt. I have a headache, maybe a fever, but don't worry, I'm not contagious. It's like, get out of here, Eliza. Get him far away from me.
Yeah. 6 feet away, Eliza.
Yes, please, God. But yeah, James just right in front of her is like, oh God, like we should have gotten rid of Eliza. We really made a mistake last night. She's like, I'm right here. He's like, yeah, I know. I don't care.
Again, from watching Cook Islands, when I first thought of Ozzy, you know, they push him as a favorite, but on my rewatch of Cook Islands, I said, wow, this dude is a dick. I literally said it. And then you come back again, and him and James, it's like whenever they put him and another macho man next to each other, it's like the toxic masculinity just comes out to play. The both of them just are so hopped up on their own ego that they're saying in front of a woman who's just not having the best day that we should have got rid of her last night. And it's just like, again, it just aids in the just the inevitable, the tastiness of the downfall for Ozzy. Yeah. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. He really is.
Okay, so Ozzy is gonna go to Exile Island in this episode. That we didn't really highlight Kathy's last trip to Exile Island, the one with Amy, but Ozzy is going to go off to Exile Island and begins to go on some exploration there, and ultimately comes away with an idol, but he's not done. He's also going to place the fake idol. Mari, what did you think of Ozzy's fake idol?
The stick with the face on it?
Yeah, the effing stick.
The barely there face. Like, come on, man. And it's just so funny because in the very next season in Gabon, we see Dr. Bob or whatever we call him, I don't know, fashion that really, really nice like fake idol, but just it was a stick, man. It didn't even have like he didn't even put like did this one come with instructions? No.
He did not leave the instructions.
Okay.
If it came away. Yeah.
If it it's just a stick. I loved it though. I mean, this is great. I just still cannot believe that Jason fell for that.
Yeah.
If you're a fan of the show, how do you? Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, Lindsay. And in hindsight, I mean that Ozzy putting the fake idol here does kind of lead to his downfall.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure it does. And I also have to know
this was a bad idea.
Oh yeah, it's terrible because like then when Eliza tries to play the stick, she's like, well, that means Ozzy has it, and he has to like admit to doing this devious thing, and like he could have just kept it under wraps. I mean, he was obviously really bad at not telling anyone, but it is bad for him ultimately.
Yeah, because ultimately, if you just like put nothing there, just take the idol, like let the other person be like, "Am I going crazy? Like it should be here." Like maybe they're like, "Maybe I got it wrong." Like maybe they're not going to tell everybody that this person must have it. Like maybe eventually they're going to discover it, and I think that maybe Bob himself in Gabon ends up realizing like he goes through all the clues, like, "Oh, it must not be here." But and that's when he decides to make a fake idol, but to like plant a fake idol there in that spot doesn't really buy Ozzy anything, and it does end up hurting him in a big way later on in the game.
Yeah, I found Kathy really endearing here too on this exile sequence, where like one of the things I like about her is that she's super genuine. So Ozzy's like hiding the stick or something, and he's like, "Oh, Kathy, like I found a spiny starfish," and she goes, I don't think there's much meat on that, is there? Just like she's so genuine and sincere, and I just love it so much.
That was really funny. She's like, Ozzy, are you finding food?
She also calls him a scrawny little kid. She's like, "You're so impressive for a scrawny kid." Like, oh, it's beautiful.
All right, after the challenge, we're going to see that the fans are going back to Tribal Council. And so, Mari, Mikey B and Joel are going to try to get this thing back together.
Yeah. Okay. So this conversation, Mikey B, this isn't the way to do that. I now get why him and Joel were oil and water. We didn't get much of Mikey B other than, the vote split conversation and then a lot of his just reactions to him and Joel. But this was like one of the first times where we actually see them talking. And then the way that Mikey B is talking to Joel, he is kind of talking down to Joel. And then Joel is just sitting there like, okay, all right, okay. And then you can tell in both their confessionals, they still hate each other. It was just weird. It was just two tribal chiefs trying to take control of the tribe, and it ultimately leads, again, the reason why I said it leads to the fans' downfall is because the fans' tribe itself was split and fractured into so many pieces to begin with. We already had the 7 versus the 3 older people. Then within, the 7, it felt like some people like Mikey B and some people like Joel, because that's how we get all these vote splits. I think it was Eric and Natalie always voted with Joel, I think it was. And then Alexis and Mary were voting with Mikey, I think, and I'm missing somebody. Jason voted with Mikey as well. So you have basically 3 different factions within the fans themselves. So by the time we do get to the switch in the next episode, they're so divided themselves that it's just easy for the favorites to just stick together and kind of just push them out the door. So basically, I said all that to say, Mikey and Joel killed the game for everybody just because they had a long pissing contest, to be quite honest.
Yeah, because if they don't vote out Mikey B here, it's probably gonna be Chet here, Lindsay, and Chet, I mean, doesn't end up going that far.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. And I just want to highlight here how incredible Tracy is in this episode. Like, this is the moment where I think this is like her big coming out party, where it's like, look how good she is, because she, just speaking of toxic masculinity, Mary, she plays Joel like a fiddle. She walks up to him and she's like, "You said you were going to get rid of him a long time ago. Like, you're you're letting him walk all over you. And she's like,
Mhm.
frankly, I'm mad about it. And she just like plays this so beautifully and convinces him that like you're just following him along. He's calling the shots. Are you gonna let this guy make a fool out of you? And he's just like, you're right. I am being made a fool of. I can't look foolish. And it's beautiful. He just plays right into her hands, and I love it. Tracy's so good here.
Yeah. But in fairness, though, that I still think that, getting rid of Chet was the move because
100% it was.
Oh, yeah.
ultimately,
Oh,
yeah.
for
he's not
Tracy.
even gonna- especially for Tracy because he's not going to be a reliable number.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, like again, the further he made it, he was a reliable number. They literally let a voting block of 3 with Kathy and Tracy and Chet continue on.
Mhm.
And they got rid of Mikey B again just because of Joel's ego. And Lindsay is so correct. That's a testament to Tracy playing Joel like a fiddle. And then she goes on to save Chet's life like 2 more times by playing people like fiddles. I do agree that Tracy is very underrated as a player here, but it was just Chet has been dying since episode 4 and
Yes.
still made it to like after a vote in after the swap. Like how every episode I was like, will y'all let this man go?
Just let me die.
Yeah.
Yes, but Joel not voting Chet out here did give us some poetic justice down the line. So I really loved this. Like just such a bad mistake here on the part of Joel. And again, he had Eric and Natalie backing him up. I really wish they would have told us like what the dynamics of the tribe were, like more, because we got Mikey B versus Joel, but we didn't get anybody else's story as to who they were following. So I really had to okay, who voted where, like every time, because they kept getting split votes on their tribe or whatever. So yeah, it was. I really wish I would have known a little bit more of the players, but I mean that's all we needed. We needed Joel, Mikey, and Tracy like poking them.
All right, let's get to the swap here in episode number 5. All right, time to mix up the teams. And Lindsay, we're gonna get a draft here.
Yeah, I like that we see the draft. I think, I mean, one of the things that stands out is Ozzy calling Joel Troy. And like, this was the first time where I realized maybe it's because his nickname is Truck. Like, do you think people were calling him Truck and he heard Troy? That's the first time I gave Ozzy any benefit of the doubt.
I don't know. Maybe Ozzy could answer on Twitter. Ozzy is very active, answers a lot of fan questions, I think.
Only his fans?
I mean, I don't think he answers questions from his enemies, so probably only his fans. Yeah. So, all right. We get the draft, and this ends up with some pretty evenly matched tribes here, where we have a new Irie. There it is. Irie. Yes. Which is Alexis, Eliza, James, Jason, Jonathan, Kathy, Natalie, and Parvati, and new Malakal, which is Amanda, Amy, Chet, Suri, Eric, Joel, Ozzy, and Tracy. And I believe that we have 4 and 4 on each tribe. Usually, this is very rare for a Survivor swap.
This was I have this question written down. Is this the average time for a tribe swap?
Yeah, I feel like that typically like after 4 episodes is like the traditional time to do it. Although with a 20-person season, I'm not sure if that can skew it a little bit. Sometimes they do it after 5, or they've done it like as early as after the second vote. But
that's what I was about to say.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that in old school Survivor, after 4 votes typically is when you get the swap.
Yeah, because when I was on for Cook Islands, we made a really big point about that. They did it after 2, which again kind of messed up that part of the season. If we're gonna be dividing tribes during race, so episode 5, we get the swap, and I'm honestly thinking like, oh, Malakal has a great tribe. I was really like, okay, I'm rooting for them. They are built. They seem stacked, and then they go on and lose every single immunity.
Yeah, they're on a little bit of a losing
Wild.
streak, especially where Ozzy was part of the I-24 back in Cook Islands, and they were like the little scrappy group that could.
Mhm.
Lindsay, what goes wrong here for Malakal?
Yeah, I really don't know what the difference is. Like, you would think that Ozzy would make the difference in a lot of these, like, agility type challenges. I guess maybe there are more just, like, straight physical strength ones
They have
that benefit
Chet.
from yeah,
That's
they
what I
have
was just
Chet,
about to
yes,
say.
true.
Yeah,
That's the answer, that's what it
equalizer.
is.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's talk through. Let's get right into the challenge where we have one of the most infamous challenges in Survivor history, where so many people got hurt. Mari, we're gonna tie people together and then chase them through like a bamboo minefield.
Yeah, a bamboo minefield that also had like kind of like trees around it and stuff too. It wasn't even like cleared out, you know? So everybody was just crashing into things. I don't know if you guys watch Ultimate Tag on like Fox. I
I've
love
seen
that
it.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought this was kind of like that. But when you've been out there for what it's been like maybe 12 days at this point, and then you're tied to Chet, like this is probably not the best idea because they kept wiping out on every single thing, and I felt so bad. And Jeff was like, "Oh, here's an injury update. Like this is not funny. Like there are 3 people who are seriously injured from this challenge. Y'all should probably rethink this, like
Yeah.
for real."
Lindsay, a ton of carnage here.
So much carnage. Like, Parvati's got her giant fat lip. Amy's messes up her knee. Penner is going to be taken from us as a result of this challenge. Like, they're just like pointy sticks everywhere. It's like, who thought this was a good idea? I just can't imagine that this went well when they were practicing.
And don't forget about Chet's head, which got
yes.
hit, and then he
Oh
told
my
Joel.
gosh.
Joel said, "I don't care."
I don't care. Some of these matchups
said,
are
"I know."
baffling.
Yes, I was really like, why are Chet and Joel going last, like tied
Well,
together?
Yeah,
Maybe
there's
they
one
thought
point
that like either Joel was just like, "Hey, I'll just drag him."
he
Like,
does.
I don't care. Like maybe he was like, just tie him to me. He's not gonna slow me down. He should have picked Chet up over his shoulder and then just like had him in like the fireman's carry.
It's true. It would have been better, maybe. There's one where it's like Ozzy and Eric against Kathy and Natalie, which to me was like, what? What is this?
Yeah. Well, maybe they were like, okay, let's just punt on this matchup where let's throw our 2 worst people. We don't have a team that's going to beat Ozzy and Eric. So let's put our worst team on there. So maybe there was some strategy, but probably not.
Yeah. I just still want to know why the course wasn't like built on just flat beach. Like why?
Yeah,
I feel like a lot
do
less
this in the water. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That would have been fun. Okay. We're really getting dangerous here. All right. Anyway, so Malakal is going to ultimately who's the winner of this challenge?
They lost. They lost. Yeah, Joel and Chet lost. They came out. They came. Malakal looked like they were about to win, and then they lost. Yeah.
Yeah, because then Ira is gonna have the tide come in and like wipe out their fire when they're trying to eat.
Yeah. Sad story.
Yeah.
All right. Amanda's gonna catch a shark. Ozzy is catching fish. It does seem like that Micronesia is a good place for catching a lot of the marine life.
Well, at least Malakal's.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So you think that was also part of like maybe was that the Karor camp also? Did they have a cave though, Lindsay?
Not that I can remember. I don't remember that, but they did have that like really spectacular shelter that production built for them.
If I recall, I feel like that Oolong tried to get to the cave one night.
Yeah.
Then they got lost, I think.
I remember that in Thailand.
Yes. Yeah. Different cave.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Either way, we go to our challenge here, and we have a challenge where we have to break a bunch of tiles. My all-time favorite highlight is Penner like throwing a rock at the tile and it doesn't break, and he says, "My ass."
And then he also yells like BS, and Jeff is like, all the tiles are the same, Penner. All the tiles are the same. You got to break them completely. This wasn't that like stellar of a challenge of just throwing stuff really kind of is the bulk of it. So I was just like, oh, this is okay. I was kind of just not to go a little bit backwards, but I just liked how James when he got to the IRI camp, he was like, how are these people alive? Because they just were so bad at at their shelter, but they pull it out again, and they
Liza with those puzzles.
Yes, exactly. There was a lot of come from behind victories throughout the season here, but I just again I thought Malakal was going to be so good, and then they just like twice in a row, at this point, just a reward and immunity. They don't win it, and then we get IRI at Tribal Council, which was really something.
Yeah.
There.
Okay. Well,
don't want to go too far.
No, we're there.
Rob is the host.
So, yeah, you're doing great. You got us where we need to be, because we're gonna start to see about the who wants who out. Joel, of course, he wants Chet out.
Yeah, understandably, I think, and he's like, he just keeps saying like, I really got screwed over by the fact that I didn't already get rid of Chet, and now here he is on my team and we're losing again because of him. And he sort of tries to go to Ozzy to be like, oh, well, like if I give you Chet in my very benevolent way, I will give you Chet very generously, but next time you need to give me Suri.
Sure thing, Joel. We're right on that one. Yeah.
And didn't Eric say this was like a meeting of mafia bosses, like
two superpowers or something?
Mega powers implode here. Basically, Ozzy and Joel sit here and trying to come to. They have a tete-a-tete and try and maneuver their pawns. And meanwhile, Suri is. I think it was Suri was hatching a plan with Chet and was it Tracy, right? Suri was like, I am included in the weak people, so now I don't want the weak people to go home. This is just very masterful here. And so Suri and them, they tell Amanda, right? And then Amanda tells Ozzy, and then they try to like figure it out. I guess what this season very much proved to us when it comes to blindsides is it's way easier to blind somebody when there's an obvious vote. And they hammered that point several times throughout the season.
I thought it was notable too when Ozzy is like, oh, I'm not sure we should get rid of Joel because at least he's like a mover and a shaker, and Chet's not doing anything. And it's like, wait, what? Like, isn't that a reason to get rid of Joel if he's actually going to do stuff?
Right.
Yeah. Well, Ozzy is all about who's providing at the camp, so it felt like that maybe Joel is going to help out in that area, but it was not enough to save Joel, who ends up getting voted out here. And who votes with Joel here? Eric?
Great question.
I think
Eric.
so.
Eric votes for Chet. Yeah. So all right. So Eric is going to be up for grabs then as well after Joel ends up leaving 6-2. So while Malakal goes up shortly in the numbers, we're going to start to see some of the medical evacuations end up taking their toll here. So, all right, we get the reward challenge here where we have to like make it so you can't get through like a tunnel, like a blockade.
I don't know, Lindsay, do you watch the challenge? Because this is like what a lot of the stuff that they do in the challenge, where it's like you have to make knots around an obstacle and then your opponent has to get through it. And much like the challenge, it is very anticlimactic because you think something looks really sturdy and then all of a sudden you move one thing and they're completely through. Have you seen this type of challenge before?
So I don't watch the challenge, but it did make me think of the Palau season when James is like, I've got this unbreakable knot.
Well, so many of the challenges from Palau are back because they are back in Palau. So it's a little bit of a Palau throwback here in this season. Yeah, but
same
James
rewards
said,
too.
I learned how to tie this knot in the Navy. Nobody's ever going to be able to untie this knot. And it was like pull one string.
I was like, oh, no.
It's very easy to untie
now I am
his
through
knot.
this thing.
Yeah. All right. But after the challenge, we're going to take a look at Penner's knee. And here comes Dr. Jessica Lindsay, a woman that we do not see very much in Survivor history. Dr. Jessica.
Yeah, is this her only season? I guess
Might
because we
be.
see her a lot, it feels notable because she just keeps coming back. But yeah.
Yeah. So Dr. Jessica's on call, and they take a look at Penner's knee, and they said, basically, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal because he just did such a good job on this challenge too, where he just like helps them push through everything, and like he didn't go out in the water and help them get stuff, but he was so instrumental to their win, and then he doesn't even get to stay.
Yeah, and that wound was it was so
Ugh.
deep.
It was bad.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, required, what did he say, like 3 stitches and all of that?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the story, as Penner tells it in like our many conversations on the podcast, I think that so he got like the cut in the challenge where they had to do like the cat and mouse game. But then I think when they stitched him up, like I think that there was either like something like some sort of like a piece of like debris that got stitched into the wound, and that's I think what caused the infection. They had to go to they had to, like airlift him to the hospital, so it was a whole ordeal that he has to end up going through. And I mean, he ends up making a complete recovery, and we'll see him again in Survivor Philippines. But you know that he was feeling good. Lindsay, he felt like that he had the numbers. I mean, he probably didn't.
He certainly didn't based on what we were watching, but like it's so sad and it's hard to see because he does seem really upset about it. And like Jeff seems to legitimately really like and respect Penner and seems really sad to see him go like this. And so I think there's just like, it just feels very heavy seeing him go like that.
Luck,
like, you don't want that to, yeah. And it seems like it really destroys Kathy.
Yeah, it was like a last straw for Kathy, actually. It felt like but yeah, you hate to see you just hate to see people taken out like this, period. But also like for Penner, like you could tell this season he was definitely coming back to show what he could do in the game of Survivor, and I think he was doing a good job. Now again, did he have the numbers? I don't know, but I think he could have probably talked his way into something here. He could have probably gotten Kathy to flip on the favorites, and you know, maybe we get an Alexis or Natalie going out here if Penner hadn't. So like,
maybe.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it could have been possible if they ever had lost in immunity. So it really does suck. But it was best. Like I am glad that the Survivor medical team do seem to like really value the safety of their participants. Again, unlike the challenge medical team.
Is that a big problem on the challenge?
Oh, it is the worst challenge. It is the worst on the challenge, Rob. Like, ask Allie and Brian. Like, the medical team is the worst. They will let you play through a concussion, and then when it's done, they're like, "Oh, are you okay?" It's like, no, they're not okay. They're like passed out. It's so bad.
Well, yeah, I think that they come a long way on Survivor, even to get to this point. Because I remember, like, when I went through Survivor, like you would like tell the doctor, like, "Oh, I have this, I have this, I have this." He'd be like, "All right, rub some dirt on it." Like,
oh no,
they were not like, like the first Survivor doctor, I think, was very like sort of like hands off, and then they end up like getting to a point where I think they end up intervening a lot more.
He was like the what is it, the Chargers doctor?
Yes, please. I don't want to get a Tyrod Taylor. But it's such a different way that Penner goes out compared to like when James goes out of the game, where James, like, he goes out of the game, it's like, all right, just put James out of his misery because he's going to be voted out probably this episode, if not this one, the next one, where Penner is like, oh, you don't know. I mean, he might have had something going.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Suri has the great line about him in the next episode, I think, or when it's revealed the Penner's out of the game. She's like, Jeff, if he could have argued to stay, I know he would have still been here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeff's like, you tried. Yeah.
All right. So that's a wrap for Penner on the all-time top 40 countdown. So again, it was a fun ride. We ended up doing the Penner seasons in the Cook Islands, then Philippines, then fans versus favorites. So we saved the middle for last here. All right. Meanwhile, we get a nice reward. Here come Joe and Edwin, last seen in Survivor Palau.
It got so funny that it's the exact same guys.
Yeah. I mean, they kept all of the numbers for everybody when they went back to Palau, like
Clearly.
to rent the gun, to shoot the sake bottles and everything.
True.
lot of
I
the same
was
stuff.
wondering that. I was wondering if this was because again, I've gone on record on the Cook Islands podcast saying I will never rewatch Palau because I really did not like that season. So I was wondering, like when they say Micronesia, always a broad stroke. It's normally somewhere they've already been before. So that's very interesting to know that it was basically Palau Part 2.
Yeah,
at least with the rewards and all of that.
Yeah, and they ended up doing a lot of the same. The stingless jellyfish, a lot of the same stuff gets recycled from Palau. Okay, so we're going to see this time we're gonna get Jason going off to Exile Island. And who's Jason go with?
Chet.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jason is going to go and start to look for the idol, and ultimately he's going to find the effing stick.
How does he fall for this? It looks so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's Survivor 16. There's only been a hidden immunity idol, and again, even in China, it was like a square.
It was better than this nonsense.
Yeah.
I want to know, like, how heavy was it? You know what I'm saying? It looked like a piece of driftwood, like even worse. Like not even something solid with no beating, nothing.
Nothing.
It's like the symbols so far. Like in Panama, we've got like the shrunken head, and then like I don't remember what you'll had, like a compass or something, and then we got like the turtle in Fiji, and then the plaque in China. So like this stick is just like this isn't anything.
Good enough for Jason Siska. He's feeling it. He's got
Ozzy
it.
should not add whittling to his special skills.
Yeah. Okay. So here we are. We'll do our immunity challenge, and we need to get people to stand on the different platforms here. And again, Malakal is going to lose.
Yeah. I just want to shout out friend of the pod, Peridium, because this was on one of his the Survivor's hack whenever Survivor players hack challenges when Arai and James used the pole just to like carry and transport the people. Love that series, love Peridium, he's awesome. And like if you're gonna have James on your tribe, this is what you like, use him for. Just muscle through a challenge, and even Jeff was like, wow, that's not how we had planned it.
Yeah,
they couldn't do anything about it because that was the bulk of the challenge, because after that all they had to do was stand on a platform, and then they muscled through that part. They didn't think that through. To challenge people.
Yeah. They bring this challenge back again in the future, and in that time they like specifically say like you must use both. I think like they stop them from being able to do this again, but I can't remember what season that is.
Yeah. Probably the next Fans versus Favorites.
Maybe Caramoan, yeah, exactly.
Right.
I feel like they used a lot of the same challenges there.
Yeah, because hey, look, when you do Fans versus Favorites, you have to do all these challenges. It's not the same. Okay, let's talk about this next vote that's going to be coming up, and we're going to see Chet. He doesn't want to stay.
I mean, finally,
he's had it.
Even Chet is just like, I'm done. I'm out of it. He looked so weak. He looked like he lost a lot of his body weight out there, and he was out there 15 days, maybe. What was it? 15, 18 days, something like that. So he, poor Tracy. Tracy was like, I guess. She does such good work. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Just Eric being like, use your last dying breath to save us, because they want to get Ozzy out.
Yes.
And, he doesn't.
It's not going to happen. Anything else to say about Chet?
I mean, it would have been pretty iconic. Like, imagine if they got Ozzy here. Like, Chet managed to be part of this.
Be something.
That'd be wild.
Yeah, at the reunion show, I feel like that Jeff's trying to fan the flames of the Chet versus Joel rivalry.
Yeah, I was reading Chet's quarantine questionnaire, and
Yes.
his like favorite moment from the season was when at the end of like at the rites of passage thing, Suri goes, "Oh, the chickens were never the same after Chet left," and he was like, "I just really like that she sensed my connection with the chickens."
Yeah,
Just love
Gloria.
nature.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Justice for Gloria. All right.
justice for Gloria.
Let's go to this is the seventh episode of the season here in Survivor Fan versus Favorites, and we're going to see I guess some chicken talk. And yeah, Mari, they don't want to kill the chickens here.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to like. So, do chickens lay eggs like once a day? Is that what egg laying chickens really like legit do?
Look, on Survivor, it's dicey. Like I
Oh,
think it's more the exception to the rule if you get it. Like they call them egg laying chickens, but I think it's very rare if the chickens they give you ever lay an egg.
is
They're all
production
stressed
sneaking in store bought eggs here, Rob? Is that what you're telling us?
No, I think it's very rare. Like sometimes they will give the survivors eggs, like we saw in David versus Goliath. But I just think it's very rare if they do lay an egg. Like it's almost like a
Okay.
miracle if the egg laying chickens ever do lay an egg.
Yeah, because that's what it seems like. Tracy was like, let's just kill a chicken and eat it. And then Ozzy's like, it's a renewable resource. You know, like, why would you want to do that? And it just starts an argument at camp just because, Tracy knows she's on the outs here and she's just snipping at Ozzy and she wants to chip away his game before she goes. I just want to side note though, did you guys see those crabs in the bucket? Like how many crabs they had? I mean, again, I'm from like the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. So like I'm from Maryland. We love crabs. Like how can you be mad over a plate or a bowl of crab legs? I could never fathom that. I was just like, that looks so good. I would pay for that right now.
Yeah.
And Ozzy was using, he said, we have so much other resources we can eat right now. And they showed the crabs.
You're
So
why should don't kill the chicken?
I'm with whoever got the pot of the crabs because this is me. This is where I want to be at. And I am never unhappy when I have crab in front of me. So it was serious. If you can fight over some crab legs, it's serious. That's all I want to say.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good on Ozzy for catching them. That I didn't have any luck with trying to catch those guys can move.
Yeah, there are big ones out there in Micronesia too. And again, maybe it's just on that beach, but like they were finding, Suri and Amy, I think, found some in later episodes. Like they were eating like kings out there.
Yeah. All right. Good eating at Malakal, but they keep going to tribal council.
Yes.
Lindsay, what do you think about the analogy that I believe Suri makes that Eric wants to be like Ozzy, calls him the Simba to Ozzy's Mufasa?
Yeah, I love this because she's saying how Eric is like really idolizing Ozzy, and Ozzy's like teaching Eric how to climb a tree and stuff. And he's like, stardust comes out of his mouth every time he says Ozzy. My favorite part is when she goes, I think if Ozzy was to propose marriage to Eric right now, it would be a done deal.
Yeah. I mean, Eric is so fun in this season where I kind of feel like that he's just like wide-eyed and like, it's even when he gets like dunked on at the end of the season, he's just like, even like himself, he's like, oh my God, I'm such an idiot.
He just loves
like
the experience so much.
Yeah, but it seems like it's all in good fun. Whereas then I kind of feel like that Eric has like a heaviness about him when he comes back and plays the second time around, where I kind of just feel like that, he's young and he's dumb and everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, and there was something in the first episode. I don't remember if I wrote it down, but I was like, oh well, wow, they are definitely laying the groundwork for his like innocent, gullible, like from the beginning. They were just slowly building up the story, telling us like this man is gonna fall for something down the line. They made sure to layer in that story in the edit for him. And I mean, again, like you guys said, it was in a fun way, so it never felt like he was like, stupid or anything. It was just like, oh man, he's just naive, so he was so happy to get on that tribe with Ozzy. You can tell they were definitely bonding, and Ozzy just likes people looking up to him, so they're a match made in heaven. in that sense.
Okay. So meanwhile, we have our reward, and ultimately, we're gonna see Malakal get a reward here
Finally.
to go to the Herbal Essences shower place.
Yeah, and this is like a glorious moment with Sari where she's like, "Oh, I just look over and there's a couple pair of boobs and Ozzy's head smack dab in the middle."
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "Is this a precursor to something for Ozzy?"
And then she said, like, Eric is just sitting there eating, like wide-eyed, and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh my gosh,
It's a wild night. Okay.
Yeah. Good time,
And
good bail.
unfortunately, Tracy doesn't get to go. She has to go to Exile Island.
Yeah, this is just after she's like, "Oh, Ozzy's on a power trip," and he tells everyone what to do, and then they're at the challenge, and he's like, "Hey, Tracy, you want to go to Exile for us? That'd be great."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sad story for her to go to Exile Island. Okay. Meanwhile, the weather has taken a turn, and Mari, Kathy is not doing so hot.
Yes, not meaning to laugh at Kathy, but I just love this kind of like storytelling montage from her. Again, we get the 30-second quote about the rain only being shown on 30 seconds, but then she talks about then we had to eat raw clam because there was no fire like animals. And then she was like, we were in this dark cave, we didn't know what was crawling. I just love this whole her explaining how bad the whole night is, and them just going with like the montage showing all the bats and the rats in the cave, and just basically showing why we get like the next day Kathy's just like, I gotta go home. But from her voice, from her point of view, and again, I don't mean to laugh at her experience, but I just loved her as a storyteller, just talking about how miserable she was, because I was like, Kathy, I agree. I can't, I'm not there, but I agree with you in a sense that you're like, it's not like it is on TV. And I've said, and I imagine that, which is why I wouldn't do it, but she's amazing. Kathy grew on me throughout the season, because Lord, that introduction was
Rough.
yikes. But
she's been super vocal, I think, about that whole like leaving the show, and she talked about like she didn't want to admit to being on Zoloft before coming out, and so she didn't tell them, and then she was like starting to talk about maybe like some self-harm stuff, and so she said as soon as she mentioned that to Jeff, she said like initially he was like, "Oh, what's going on?" and then she mentioned it to Jeff, and he all of a sudden was like, "Okay, I get it, like let's get you out of here." And I actually think he does an okay job handling her leaving. Like she just is like, gone through a lot, you're ready to go, let's go. Like he doesn't berate her like he does sometimes when people want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
So she did want to leave, she wasn't forced out, right?
Yeah, no, I think she very specifically
I
was
think
like,
she engineered her exit from the game. I think she basically was talking about potentially, I think that the story is that she talked about that she told them she was gonna cut her finger off.
Yeah, because then she could get medevac and wouldn't have to quit.
And they were like, "All right, bring in the boat. Let's get the boat in here."
Yeah. Okay.
Bring it in.
Because that's what I was just trying to figure out. Because you did say the self-harm thing, and I was wondering if they're like, oh, she said self-harm, get her out of here because like liability, or what she was like, if y'all don't get me out of here, I will. So basically, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, she did an AMA where she talked a lot about it, and she said that like to her, she said in the moment like that felt like it'd be so much better to get medevac than to like ask to quit or whatever. And
dang,
yeah, she's been pretty open about it since then, I think.
Okay, all right, so yeah, let's then get back to the actual votes in the game, because we're going to then have our immunity challenge, and here again Malakal is going to lose.
And again, they keep it looks like they're about to win, and then they lose, and then like sorry, I'm looking at my notes, but like Amanda hasn't had like any confessionals up until this point. Did you guys notice that? Like
none in the game?
Well, like barely any. It's episode 7, and she really didn't have a lot of confessionals at this point. But I sorry, I just had to point that out. But this challenge seemed it was interesting. I like the whole run out with the hook, hook it to the pieces, and then like be dragged in and stuff like that. And Ozzy perfected it. He went out so many times. He was using it like a boogie board and stuff like that. I had to laugh when when they very first did it, and Eliza just sat on the pieces, and they had to like drag her through the water. They're like, you could at least pushed it into the water before you just sat your whole body on the pieces. But they still managed to win. Like they seem like a mess, but they are legit winning everything. I was just baffled at this point because I don't remember this, because this doesn't come off kind of like, it doesn't, for some reason doesn't come off as like a pagonging, or what's the what happened with Denise and
a Matt Singh situation.
Matt Singh, yeah. It doesn't feel like that for some reason.
Well, because the other tribe keeps losing people for medical evacuation, so it's like an eye for an eye. It's like they vote somebody out and they lose somebody from medical evacuation.
You're right. There it is.
Okay. So, all right, back at camp, we're going to talk about this vote, and something almost comes together here, Lindsay, because we end up with Ozzy feeling like that he wants to pull in Eric, and that then Amanda and Suri are thinking like, hey, let's vote out Eric, and then Amy comes up with an idea of like, what if I could get Eric and Tracy to blindside Ozzy?
Yeah, so like this is the episode 2 where Amanda and Suri start having these conversations about Ozzy being arrogant potentially, and Suri starting to kind of get in there and hope that Amanda will gradually turn against Ozzy.
Yeah,
but like, and
he took
Amy's
Suri
really
out on the boat,
here.
and then like Suri wanted to go back, and he wouldn't take her back in.
Yeah. So Amy likes Tracy, wants to keep her, doesn't want to keep Ozzy necessarily, and tries to get something going, I guess, hoping for the plurality thing where they would split the votes or something. And doesn't make that happen either.
I really liked Rob. I'm tired, guys. I'm so sorry. But like Suri had this quote from that whole fishing thing. She said, they'll have this reef adventure at my expense today, but never again. I just love how quotable she was. But this part, I was like, not Amy trying to orchestrate Suri's 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
You think Suri gonna fall for that?
Yeah, she invented that.
Right.
Yeah. It's like putting Bret Hart in the sharpshooter.
Yes, exactly. Like, what are we doing here? Because she tried to, I think where she lost it was she was overcommitting to Amanda and Suri, in the sense of, she was like, yeah, or what are we gonna do? We're gonna vote out Eric? Let's vote out Eric, right? Yeah, guys, we're gonna vote out Eric. And they're just like, oh, we're not so sure. I think how she was acting kind of like maybe tipped them off. I don't know, but they ended up just going with Ozzy and voting Tracy out. And it would have been interesting to see if Tracy and Eric and Amy could vote out Ozzy, but it just never seemed like it was actually ever gonna really happen. There was no way she was gonna get this 3, 2, 1 off in front of Amanda and Suri. I don't think.
And this is really going to loom large in the next episode, where then there's going to be some talk, like Eric is going to rat out Amy about how she had wanted to do this plan to vote out Ozzy. So this really ends up being more foreshadowing for what's to come and Amy's downfall.
Yeah.
Okay. We haven't talked too much about Amy yet. I think we'll have a chance to talk to her a little bit here as we get to the 8th and final episode of the pre-merge here of Survivor Cook Islands. And so let's see. Amy is trying to get her foot in the door a little bit with Ozzy. Lindsay, what do we think of Amy so far in her run here in Survivor Fans versus Favorites? Because I always feel like that she's like the most disappointing return, I guess, other than Yao Man from and Fair Play. I don't want to be like Jeff in the finale, and when he's like, Amy, you were the first one that got voted out. She's like, well, what about Yao Man and Fair Play? I think Jeff was saying like when they had a chance to vote out fans, she was the first favorite to get voted out. But I always feel like that she was so strong in Survivor Vanuatu, and then had sort of like just like a kind of like blasé appearance here in Survivor Fans versus Favorites.
Yeah, it feels super disappointing in the sense that, like, it looks a couple times like she's gonna try to do something, but she never really manages to get anything going. Like, it's a very quiet edit for her. She, at one point, is like, "Oh, I'm gonna get back together with Eliza," like, at the end of this, and, like, "Don't remind people of your connection to Eliza. What are you doing?" But yeah, I just think she just doesn't really ever get going in the way that she does in Vanuatu. Like, there, she's viewed as such a threat, and she seems to be really running the show for a lot of it. And here we just don't see even a hint of that, really. She just kind of, like, all I really remember about her is that she, like, cries on the way out when Ozzy's mean to her.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Rob, quick question. What was the time difference between Vanuatu and this?
So Vanuatu aired in the fall of 2004, and then so this aired in this was filmed in the fall of 2007. So yeah, so it's like 3.5 years later. And it's funny because in Survivor Vanuatu, Eliza and Amy do not really get along too great.
Right. Yeah. And I think maybe the reason why this is so disappointing was because she had such a good showing on Vanuatu. Because I did listen to the Vanuatu Survivor 40 rankings. I did not listen to them all. I'm not gonna lie. There's some long ones there, Rob, but I did because I love Nigel and Kevin. And and all I remember was she was running the show, and they had to they had to get Scout and Twyla to flip so that they could get Amy out. I think it was Amy and one of her.
Yeah, that Leanne gets blindsided at the final 7, and then Amy, like at the 6, makes like a last ditch effort to like try to get Eliza to flip, and Eliza almost goes through with it. They go like on an overnight reward, and then she's like, "Eliza, you're like a sister to me," and she like really wins Eliza over, and I guess it's stuck. So it's weird that it's like that didn't end up working in this game, but it kind of like set up Amy pretty well for this game, although then her and Eliza get separated.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate that we didn't see much from her in this season. And I mean, it could just be because, again, we got that initial split between the 4 and the 4, and then she ends up, when the switch happens, she ends up on a tribe with the favorites that she was just not, she hadn't bonded with. And she dipped her toe too much. You know what I'm saying? She dipped her toe trying to work with the fans, but she didn't commit. So, just saying I could have screwed you over, but I didn't, does not help anybody. It doesn't help you. That's not going to make me feel any better about you, because you're like, oh, I could have screwed you over, but I didn't. It's like, but you thought about it. So, you got to
go.
Okay. Let's go then to some other important stuff that's going on here in this game, where we have Parvati finally talking about her strategy. We sort of got away from Parvati here for a minute, Lindsay, but let's go back and check in with her, where we see her talk to Natalie about her strategy in the game.
Yeah, I think she does a really good job here articulating what her plan was. Like, she talks about kind of the game in stages, and she sees that Natalie and Alexis are a pair, and she's a little bit worried that they're going to team up with Amy and Eliza at the merge. And so she's like, nope, I'm going to get in there first. And I think that's so good how proactive she is, where she's like, no, I think I'm going to sneak in here. And then she kind of talks about, like, essentially meat shields. She's like, we're going to get together with Ozzy and James. They're going to be the big targets, and it's just going to be you, me, Alexis, and Amanda to the 4. And she doesn't do any of this wishy-washy crap of like, you guys will be 5 and 6. She says like, no, we are going to 4. And I think that's very well done. And it seems like they never look back. Like, they never seem to waver from her after this moment.
Yeah. All right. This really ends up being like a major turning point in the season, where this Parvati is going to, from this point on, have 3 votes.
Yeah. And I wonder, what was Eliza doing this whole time? Again, we don't get much from the RHAP tribe because they keep winning. So we got to see what's going on Malakal. But what was Eliza doing? You were clearly on the outs with the favorites. So why weren't you buddying up to the fans? So, but this was a turning point. The only thing I was like, okay, what about Sari? Give Sari some love, man. but it's whatever. But I thought this was genius by Parvati to recognize that these are two solid votes, two solid people, and that she needed those votes on her side. I mean, it's just so smart.
What's wild about like the Suri and Amanda of it all, it's like that Parvati seems to like care so much about Amanda. Like she's always looking out for Amanda to the point where Amanda doesn't even want to work with Parvati. And she's like, oh, I made you in a final four with us. And Amanda's like, what'd you do that for? I didn't want to do that. Where Suri is sort of like ends up being forgotten and then ends up being like a super key part of what they're going to do, because she ends up having a lot of the same interests as Parvati in terms of who she wants to see out of the game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was like I wish we could come up with a really good analogy about how all like five of those women work together. There's really no like a pilot, co-pilot. I guess the closest thing I can come up with is like the 96 Dream Team, because they just really all had
who's who, Mari?
92? I don't know basketball like that.
Yeah.
But I do really feel like that would be it. You know what I'm saying? Because they all had their positions and they all played their positions really well. And they literally just drove over everybody. And that's all I know about the Dream Team.
Yeah. Okay. Lizzie, anything else on this Parvati setting up the women's alliance here?
Yeah, no, I think it's great. I think we've covered it pretty well. Just that she sees that opportunity and she doesn't wait around for the merge to like get back with Amanda. I love that she just jumps in. It is a bit weird that she factors Amanda into it, but I guess ultimately it works out for her. But I think it's interesting that she's like, Amanda's going to be part of it, even though she's not here and you guys don't know her at all. She's going to be part of this. So that's a little bit weird, but I think she sees that opportunity, doesn't wait around, and I think that's great.
Yeah, she's like, and trust me, because I didn't even know her like 2 weeks ago. So
and now I love her. She's amazing.
Now she's great. She's great.
Ask Ozzy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna go to our immunity challenge, and we're gonna see Malakal again have more problems in the immunity challenge, and ultimately, we're gonna we're gonna have like a weird twist here with like they're gonna choose captains. Lindsay, can you set this up?
Yeah, so basically they get notes that say like pick someone from the other tribe who's going to sit out of this challenge, and they're going to be immune and go to exile, but they'll come back before tribal council, but we'll have immunity at that.
What are they going for here?
It's weird. I don't understand it. And obviously they're going to pick Ozzy, and then it's like this weird confusion about who is going to be on the other tribe, and they ultimately pick Alexis, presumably because she can balance. But like, I don't get why they do this. It's not like they miss tribal. It's not like they don't get to vote. Like it's bizarre.
Yeah.
And had no standing on the game. Really.
Yeah. It's almost like they want to prevent you from like, don't sit out your person who's going to be the worst in the challenge, because then you can't vote them out. So if you want to like, basically maybe did they write this twist while Chet was still in the game?
I don't know.
Because it's the other tribe who picks. So you pick for the other group. So like, I don't know.
I really forgot about this being like a twist, because it's not, especially if we're comparing it to like the kidnappings or anything like that. It just doesn't make sense here. What is the point of this? And because at this point we all know that the idol is gone from exile too, it's just like it's no point anywhere here.
Well, there is going to be a point, because Ozzy and Alexis are going to go off to the Exile Island, and they're gonna hit it off, and that's gonna loom large, Mari.
I forgot. I completely forgot. Some of those Exile Island segments, I do other stuff during. So when it comes back later, I was like, wait a minute, why are they, why are they snuggled up? And then I was like, oh, right, Exile. Yeah. Ozzy and Alexis, they hit it off at Exile. You have to stay warm when you're at Exile, so you have to snuggle at Exile.
Yeah,
I guess.
Okay. Meanwhile, back at camp, Eric is going to throw Amy under the bus.
Decidedly.
Yeah. On a related note, that my older son, Dominic, who's been watching Big Brother this season for the first time, that he asked me today, Dad, what does under the bus mean? It's like,
Oh,
oh, he's like, I'm like, why do you want to know? He's like, oh, they say that all the time on Big Brother, and I don't know what that means. It's like basically like when somebody tattles on you, like whenever like I do something that I'm not supposed to do, and then you tell mom on me. That's basically when you throw me under the bus. He's like, oh yeah, we do that all the time. Like, yep. So that's under the bus, and that is where Amy is going because Eric has to reveal the whole story, Lindsay.
Yeah, it's gonna be iconic when Dominic says that Anthony threw him under the bus. I just want to say that. It's gonna be great. But yeah, so Eric basically is like, oh, I didn't want to do this, but like I just want you to know, I think it's important that you know that Amy was trying to start something. And I actually think it's kind of great from Eric how he just like waits for Ozzy. Or he's like, I don't think I'm gonna get very far with the women here, but maybe Ozzy will listen to me.
Wait for
I think
Dad
that's
to
actually
come
very well
home.
done. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You wait till your father gets home.
Yes. And Mari, that's what he does. He waits for Ozzy to get back and wants to tell Ozzy, and Ozzy does not like somebody to be disloyal.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, to be quite honest, he tells Suri and Amanda not only like everything that Amy told him, but like the details that he told them, they know only she would have known, and that it kind of checks out. But you know, Amanda and Suri weren't completely sold, so Eric waits for Ozzy. Ozzy comes in swinging it around and is just like, oh, you know, we got to get rid of Amy because she's coming after me personally, you know, for Ozzy. And this was one of the times where I was like, I really wish Amy and Suri kind of put their foot down with Ozzy, and it'd be like, no, it's time for your boy to go. You know what I'm saying? And or even then, just vote again. You know, don't vote with Ozzy. This is one of those times that I really wish they would have done that. But it works out for the end with, you know, in the end for them. But honestly, this would have been the perfect point to get rid of Eric. But I get why they were kind of, it was a toss-up because they were worried that Amy and Eliza would flip once they got to the merge. And then they're like, well, they were worried about Eric flipping when they got to the merge. Ozzy said he's not flipping because he's with me. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. I see they weighed all their options. But I really do feel like this was one of those one parts where, again, I was like, y'all are just letting Ozzy dictate what's happening, and it didn't sit too right with me.
Yeah, Lindsay, and Amy is going to really try to plea for her life in the game at the tribal council, but it will be to no avail.
Yeah, and like I also want to just touch on before tribal council where Amy like goes up to Eric and is like, "Thank you so much for doing that because now we're best friends." And it's just like, oh, this is so
that was weird.
It's so bad, so passive aggressive. She's like, now I'm finally a part of it, but she's not, as we're gonna see, because at tribal council, Ozzy's just like, I wish I could trust her. I can't. I know she did this, and Amy is just like inconsolable. This seems like it. Not only does she seem disappointed, she seems like genuinely hurt, even though like she did these things. I'm not sure why she is so defensive about it. She did try to orchestrate this.
You know, as we went back and we're looking at this, like I was thinking about like Eric versus Amy. Now, Eric is going to stick with Ozzy, you know, all the way through. If they kept Amy into the merge, how do you think that changes things? Because is Amy join up with the Black Widow Brigade? Because she's like positioned in an interesting place where like she kind of like that's her idea. Like they kind of like ended up like running with something that Amy was trying to do in Vanuatu, but that Amy's connection is with Eliza, who's not part of what the Black Widow Brigade ultimately turns out to be. So I feel like that Amy is positioned in like a really weird spot at the merge.
Yeah, like I'm like thinking about the numbers and stuff. Even if you keep Amy though, then you got Eliza and Jason. Because Eliza did no work on the other team, it would just be Amy joining the bottom three. And you know, maybe we still get Eliza going out, then it's just ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like I think all it did was prolong the inevitable. I don't think Amy staying could have swung the game in a different direction. Now, like you asked, would she have joined the Black Widows? At that point, they wouldn't have needed her. I don't think. Yeah, they still wouldn't have needed her.
Yeah,
so,
I think what it probably ends up being is like I think that it turns into a little bit more of like at least on paper, like the instead of like that and of course like they don't know, like Amanda doesn't know the Black Widows Brigade is gonna, like Suri doesn't know it's gonna exist yet. But I think that they're thinking like maybe it could be like a pagonging of the fans where now it's gonna be Ozzy, Amanda, James, Parvati, Suri, plus Amy and Eliza. Maybe Eliza's not the first vote after the merge, where maybe it's like, okay, let's go after like the Jason, Natalie, Alexis, what other fans are left?
Eric. Oh, nope, Eric's gone.
Eric be gone.
So, yeah, just Jason, Natalie, Alexis.
Yeah, so I think that Jason ends up being at least the first vote after the merge.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Any other thoughts on Amy?
That was so uncomfortable, that tribal council for me. Like the begging, it was weird. It was real weird. I was like, I didn't like it. I did feel bad for her, but like Lindsay pointed out, she did all of those things. You did the things. So it felt weird, felt icky.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it could have been interesting to see like where she would have gone after the merge. I think it's kind of an interesting thought experiment to say like, okay, if they did get rid of Eric here, what happens next? Because I do think that's kind of hard to picture because she is in a weird spot at this point. Like I don't know which side wants her. It doesn't seem like either side has that much loyalty to her. So yeah, it would have been interesting to see if she could have gotten something going. But yeah, bit of a bummer for Amy.
Yeah, because I mean, technically, they brought Natalie and Alexis on. Parvati did without anybody else knowing, but that's still like Parvati, Alexis, Natalie, Suri, Amanda, Ozzy, and James at this point. So that's still 7 people. Then Ozzy has Eric, so that's 8 people, and that still just leaves the 3 of them out: Jason, Eliza, and Amy. So it does suck because it would have been cool to see if she could maneuver that, but I just don't, like Lindsay said, like who needs her? Who really needs her at this point? And once it's revealed that she took a shot at Ozzy, there's no coming back at that from that because he is the kingpin at this point.
Okay. Anything else from the pre-merge of this season before we stop?
Eric would have been out. Sorry, yeah. I just thought that to myself.
Look, it's like 4D chess when you start taking somebody off, putting somebody else back in. It's not easy to do. All right, so interesting pre-merge. Set up a lot of the track for where we're going to go in the second half of this season, which is going to be wild right out the gate, as we're going to see Eliza and the effing stick and all of those shenanigans coming up when we come back in a moment, right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we are back here to talk about the second half of fans versus favorites. Let me bring back the panel. Lindsay and Mari, are you ready to talk about an electric second half of Survivor fans versus favorites?
So ready.
I'm here. I'm ready. I can't wait.
All right, let's get to our big merge episode, which comes in episode 9. Lindsay, it's a late merge here in Survivor Micronesia.
Yeah, it feels late. It feels like it's a long time between the swap and the merge, especially. Like it just feels like, what is it? I guess it's only like 4 episodes, but it felt like a long time to me.
Yeah, I think day-wise, I think it ends up being day 22 where we get to the merge. So, a little bit, at least 3 days later than the traditional Survivor merge. An episode, a famous episode. I'm in such a hot pick Mari, I feel like that not a commonly used expression.
Yeah, a hot pickle. Was she saying like temperature wise or spice level wise?
Ooh.
Yeah, I can get down with a spicy pickle. But a warm pickle is not ideal. I feel like
warm pickle, I think deal with room temperature even, but hot pickle.
hot one.
I don't know. That's a different.
Not what you want to be doing.
Sensation.
Yeah,
not ideal. Okay, all right. So, let's go to our merge camp, and we're gonna see off to the big camp with the cave. Everybody gets to go live on Malakal Beach.
Yeah,
Nice.
which again makes you think, okay, so y'all knew that was the beach. Y'all knew that was the good beach.
Mhm.
And so, you made them take it all down, and then they had to still go back. So this is me confirming that, yeah, we did give the favorites the better beach.
That's nice. We get to our merge feast. Eric is named the tribe Dabu. Do you like that, Lindsay?
I mean, no, but he kind of invents the goofy tribe name, right?
I mean, yeah, he does invent that. So give Eric some credit for being the first person to come up with a wacky tribe name. And people are partying. James is eating a bat. Was this just to like that they put out the bat here at the Micronesia feast? It wasn't like local delicacies. It just seems out of place.
Just eat a bat.
It wasn't a local delicacy. I thought they.
No, I know. I didn't think the rest of the food was. I thought the rest of the food was like normal food.
Oh, right.
Or traditional merge feast food.
Okay, yeah. I like James. He's like, I will eat it. I am that type of person as well. I say I will try anything once. I will try anything
Even a hot
once.
pickle.
No, because I know what a pickle tastes like.
You really thought about that very hard.
I know. I did.
Temperature-wise, you won't try anything once, but okay.
Right, there you go. Yeah. Temperature-wise. But I thought this was pretty interesting. He was childish. He said it was good. It made me think. I would try that. I would honestly try that if I'm out in the jungle for 22 days.
That's another thing that maybe in 2021 we say, okay, let's start with eating the bats.
Well, okay, wait a minute here.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
He also compares it to eating a rabbit, which is also, I don't think, a ubiquitous experience.
He's had it all, James. Okay.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, I guess that the drinks must have been flowing at this, Lindsay, because Ozzy and Alexis are picking up where they left off.
This is wild. It's truly wild. I honestly don't blame Amanda for being like, what the hell, dude? Especially when you look back, like in hindsight, it's like, he's like, I think I was falling in love with you when I wasn't cuddling with Alexis.
Yeah. No, I don't mean to like DTR for Azita, but Mari, in that it seemed like that they were like at one speed on day 5. Did like slow things down, take like a back, because I feel like that they were definitely like at a point early on when Suri and Penna heard them, but it seems like that they're not really like, they didn't stay at that level.
Yeah, they didn't really focus on like if they were still like cuddling and stuff when they were going to tribal council every other night. But here again, I was like, wait, why is Ozzy cuddling up with Alexis? And then it had hit me like, oh, they went to Exile together. What was Ozzy thinking here? And I just thought it was hilarious. Amanda is sitting there giving them side eyes and then saying how much she wants to get rid of Alexis. And then you have Parvati coming up to her. Well, guess what? We're in alliance with Alexis. It was just perfectly timed out.
Yeah,
right. It was just perfectly timed out. It was hilarious the way they put it in the episode. And I just like, they're like, you could tell there's a little bit of jealousy there with Amanda and Alexis. I think I wondered if it was a Frankenbite too, when like Amanda was talking about how like, oh, like why is Ozzy and Alexis cuddling up, and she says a sentence, and then like there's a little gap, and then she's like, "Oh, I want to get rid of her," like that. They just try to really lean into it, the jealousy card. It was funny,
Definitely plausible,
very funny.
Yeah. Okay. So we're also going to start a little bit of a story. We talked about that the Simba Mufasa of Eric and Ozzy, but I guess then does that make Jason the Scar to Ozzy's Mufasa, Lindsay, where that he he looks at Ozzy as a rival of his?
I think so, because when Ozzy's eventually going to go out, he's like, I outlasted Ozzy. And like he says some stuff about like beating Ozzy, and Ozzy's not the only godlike player on this island or whatever. So I think so. I think that's an apt comparison.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay. At least Eric doesn't have to leave the tribe after Ozzy gets voted out. Like, you did this, Eric. Run. Get out of here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I like how Ozzy is like, Jason's a big fan of mine. It's like, is he, or does he hate you?
Yeah, a fan in like sort of like the like single white female like
there it is
stalker version of like a fan. Like, I want to beat you so badly that I hate you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Parvati and Eliza. This is a weird relationship, Mari, where Parvati just doesn't love Eliza.
Yeah, I mean, and do you blame her? I mean, from day one, go on the beach when the favorites had to go to tribal council, they both were gunning for each other. You know what I'm saying? Eliza and Pinner were pushing for Parvati, and Parvati and the rest of her foursome were pushing for Eliza. So, of course, when Parvati has the upper hand and has more of the numbers, and Eliza's like, "Oh, we're cool, right? We're cool. She's gonna be like, "No, we're not cool because you try to get me out." So, yeah, I didn't blame any of this. There was, at this point, there was, like they said several times in this beginning 15-20 minutes, this is no longer fans versus favorites. This is no longer fans versus favorites. And Parvati didn't need to be watching over her shoulder for Eliza. So it makes perfect sense for her not to promise Eliza anything, and for Eliza to eventually, be the boot.
Okay. So we see Jason and Eliza. Now, Lizzie, we haven't seen a lot of Jason and Eliza to this point. They seem to be like part of like Penner's numbers that he's feeling pretty good about. But Jason says, "Hey, look, if I win immunity today, I found the idol. I'm gonna give it to you."
Yeah, Eliza's so excited.
Things
She's
are
like,
looking up.
Oh my God. Like, I teamed up with the right guy. And she says beforehand that like the reason they get along is because they annoy everyone, which is like
very
self-aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
and yeah, it's good. And we didn't get anything from them until we got that part. But again, I guess you can surmise that Eliza, of course, was out with the favorites who came over with Parvati and James, and then Jason was on the other side of the Mikey B vote. Natalie and Alexis, if I remember correctly, they voted out Mikey B without telling him. So again, they were already fractured, and they ended up sticking together because they didn't get along with anybody. So it would have been nice to just have a little bit more about this relationship instead of just kind of it all being here almost. It just feels like this whole episode was just them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it performed the function. We got where we needed to go. Okay. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna stick our faces under the grate, and Jason wins immunity. He beats Ozzy.
Yeah. This challenge makes me uncomfortable just watching it. Like, I feel panicky just seeing them doing it. It seems so unsafe, and I hate it, and I don't like it. Yeah. Would not be my challenge.
Yeah, this one definitely could give you like a visceral reaction at home. I try to think like, could I like make like the snorkel for my nose?
Well, you're already doing it wrong.
I don't think so. I'm doing it wrong.
You're doing it wrong. You hold your nose and you snorkel your mouth.
Oh,
yeah. You hold your nose so the water doesn't get to the nose. You hold the nose, snorkel,
This
the
is going to
mouth.
be such a great video when I go back on Survivor and I win this challenge. And
Remember this
like,
moment,
thanks,
everyone.
Mari.
Shout me out. Yeah.
I'll shout you out on the show when they put the necklace on me. Thank you, Mari.
Yeah.
did it.
Hopefully they don't
We
cut
did
it
it.
out.
Yeah. Okay.
Mari Takahashi.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Jason, and now this is great for Eliza, Lindsay, because that now Jason won immunity. He's gonna give Eliza the idol because he doesn't need 2 things to be immune tonight.
This moment to me is so funny because Eliza's like literally whistling as she walks through camp. It's like, I get it, you're nonchalant. Because she's like walking over, like, nothing happening, not going to get the idol.
Mhm.
And then she's so pissed because she thinks that Jason's trying to screw her over with this obviously fake idol.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
Because he says, go look in the bag. And she says, this isn't it. This is so stupid.
Yep.
It's just a napkin.
And
Yeah.
then he's like, well, how do you know? She's like, well, it's just a stick with a face on it. He's like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a stick with a face.
Yeah.
And it's like, but this isn't it. And he's like, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Their back and forth is so funny, and I think it gets a little bit lost in there where she's like, well, it can't be it. And he's like, why not? Because it's
Yeah.
a stick. He's like, yeah.
He
so
said,
Point
it has a face. She's
yeah,
like,
it has a
yeah.
face. She's like, yeah, it can't be it. She's like, well, why not? How do you know? He just wants it to be real so badly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh
Great
my God.
moment. This also got then so much promotion also in Survivor 36. Like basically they built a season out of this moment. Like the effing stick is back.
This totally held
Oh
up, I
yeah,
thought.
I forgot about that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I thought maybe it was like overdone, but no, this is beautiful. It's still hilarious.
It's still, yeah.
Yeah. Lindsay, do you remember who got the effing stick in Ghost Island? I know
Yeah.
Wendell gets Eric's necklace here.
Yeah,
You need
I
a
can't
necklace.
remember who gets a stick.
Was that a dud? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Does anyone end up with it? Like to do anything with it?
I'm bad. Y'all know I can't do it. I can't think of it.
Yeah.
Not
Anyway.
Dominic.
I
No,
guess
no.
Michael
It's Michael.
found
Michael found the stick.
found it, and
Okay.
I'm not sure at what point. I think this is the one that maybe the effing stick got used to idle Libby out of the game. So, I mean, the effing stick didn't really have like a great return to the show.
Incredible impact
It was
on
a lot of
Survivor
hype.
history.
It was a lot of hype that it was going to come back. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And again, this is also one of those moments that you kind of forget about because they only focus on the one, and you forget that all of this is on the same season.
Okay. So we'll go to tribal council here where things are not looking good for Eliza. She's going to play the idol anyway. And so there's a little bit of like a back and forth about like people talking about is Eliza a threat? And she gets upset. I think it's that is it Sari or Amanda that refers to Eliza as having
It's
a
Alexis.
game? Alexis, okay. In the past tense, and Eliza gets Jeff calls it out. Oh, past tense. I guess she's not here anymore.
Oh,
It's
wow.
a very pedantic little moment.
Yeah.
Something you see more in Big Brother than Survivor.
Yeah. Like talking about who's going to be have-nots next week.
Or I mean, if you're watching this season, BB23, yeah, yeah, exactly. Everybody knows who's going out by Monday. So yeah, poor Eliza. I feel bad for Eliza. I really do. But you know, again, what was she doing? Those however many days, 12 days on the RHAP tribe. Like, what was she doing?
She was just on the wrong side of Parvati, and I just feel like it's not a fair fight where that Parvati is just like, I mean, that's her game is just that I think that she has like all of this charm and she can like win people over, where I think Eliza is probably she might have like a logical argument to present to Natalie and Alexis, but I mean, I think that people want to be on Parvati's side.
Yeah. That makes sense. And I guess, like you said, Pinner, and I think even Kathy were probably her numbers too. Definitely Pinner, more than likely Kathy when I'm thinking about it. So yeah, just a bad draw here. It seems like for Eliza, but she did kind of deliver like a killing blow, or to Ozzy on her way out here.
Yeah, well, she will play the idol, and so she gets up to play it, and Jeff goes through the whole, well, the rules of Survivor state that if a hidden media is played, the votes against that person do not count, and the person with the next highest numbers of votes will be voted out. This is not a hidden media idol. Throws it in the fire.
Throw it in the fire.
Yeah, Lindsay, do we still get the whole like? I mean, I think he probably did it with Adam with the podium. Do we get the whole bit of when somebody plays an idol?
I don't think we get the whole like spiel, but we definitely get the like a little bit of like, oh yeah, you played an idol. This is not an idol. He doesn't give the whole like the rules of Survivor State, all of that.
Is
like
that a tell if Jeff starts with the rules of Survivor State? Because I feel like that we see so many idols. I feel like he doesn't say that every time a real idol gets played.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think we saw that in Millennials and Gen X, right? When Jay played the fake idol as well.
I think when it's a fake idol, Jeff's like a
more preamble.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, get that. All right, everybody, pay attention.
The rules of Survivor State.
I thought here maybe he did it because this was the first one that was trying to be played, so it was like a storytelling mechanism for the audience.
The first fake idol.
Yeah, well, the first
idol of the
idol play, the
Yeah.
season, yeah. So
I
I wonder if it was a real idol, would he still have said it for like story purposes?
Right,
I feel
setting
like
it up again.
Is from watching Survivor China last week. I feel like that he makes a similar big show when Jamie plays the fake idol. But again, that's the first idol. So I'm not sure if he makes a big differentiation between like the first idol played versus like a fake idol being played.
Yeah.
We have to go back and check in some of these other seasons. Okay. All right. So Eliza outs Ozzy. I guess Ozzy is the real one. Okay. And that gets people thinking.
It's like, sorry, I couldn't tell you guys.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, I spent hours doing that. Like
hours to it.
Yeah, very just, matter of fact, very arrogant in a sense, and he feels untouchable.
Yeah.
We didn't touch on the fact that when Ozzy did find the idol, he's like, I'm not going to show anyone, but I'm going to tell everyone. He goes and tells everybody. And then when he tells Amanda, he goes, don't tell anyone, but I told James I had the idol. It's like, what? What's this delivery? Anyway.
Right.
All right. So let's start to see some people talk about how, if Jason played the idol, maybe Ozzy would have gone home. Sari is the one who says, that might not have been such a bad thing. Cold open. Boom.
Yeah.
So Sari's wheels are turning. Time to get rid of Ozzy. Okay.
Yeah. I said it seems so old-fashioned to be like, where one idol is, so where all of them are, and there are no other like wild cards out there. Like that is the only thing I have to be aware of is this one idol, and I know exactly where it is. Like it seems very back to basics Survivor.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Rob, but I was also going to say, and you know exactly where they can find the idols, which means you know exactly who can possibly have it. It's very just low key compared to what we've been seeing.
Because as recently as last season in China, that at least there were 2 idols hidden in the game. That there was one hidden at each of the 2 camps, and here we're gonna have just one idol at a time. But the clues are all gonna be at Exile Island. I guess that it's gonna be the same thing when we talk about in Survivor Gabon as well.
Yeah.
All right. So some thinking about what do we do about Ozzy? And so meanwhile, we get our reward challenge, and we end up with teams of 4 playing in a reward. And we're going to see Ozzy's team win, and they get to go to, I guess, an independent nation called RHAP.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. And boy, it's going to be a whole party over there with Eric and Amanda and Who's the other person to go? Jason.
Jason.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Amanda, Ozzy, Jason, Eric. They go to Yap, and boy, it's a party.
So that team seems like so stacked, but the challenge was actually closer than I expected. But the other team as well, like Natalie, Alexis, Parvati,
Yeah.
I don't know, Sari or something.
James.
Yeah.
Three set out.
James is
Three
the
set
other one.
out.
But like compared
Yeah.
to Jason,
Oh, yeah.
Ozzy, Amanda, and Eric,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay. All right.
yeah, Eric's very cute on this trip.
Meanwhile, Parvati is left back at camp with Natalie and Alexis. So some more time to talk with them. And then when they come back from the reward, James can tell something is off with Parvati.
Yeah, so this is when he's starting to realize that she's getting closer to the girls, right? I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, just reading my notes. And this is also when Sari was at Exile by herself, miserable, hatching her Aussie plan. Yeah, I'm really, again, where was James here? Like, why did he let the ball on his relationship with Parvati go here, or what?
Yeah, that is a good question, because that James and Parvati are together the whole time. Where I don't know if like just like they sort of like met each other and it was like okay, like that there was like some sort of chemistry, and then they just like were together for that, and they're together the whole time. And then maybe it's just sort of like the bloom is off the rose, or like Parvati just like was hanging out with the women, and then they just like didn't have that much in common to talk about.
Yeah. Lindsay?
Yeah, I guess. Like, I think I don't know exactly when
Right.
the moment seems to happen. Like, Amanda says, like, "Oh, I'm not as close to her since the merge either." Like, now she's closer with Alexis and Natalie. So I wonder if James felt that too, like that maybe she was getting closer with them instead.
I mean, James seems pretty burned by her, but really all we get of their relationship in the show is like James says she seems like one of those sex kitten girls. That Parvati tells Sari that or tells Amanda like, hey, James doesn't ask me any questions, and that's and that's good. And then like cut to here, James is like, hey, something's weird.
Yeah,
something's off.
I mean, yeah, it's like but beforehand, James, you didn't ask Parvati of what her plans were. Maybe it was off because he realized she was scheming. You know what I'm saying? Like he realized that he was playing a game outside of him. But it was just like Parvati made new friends. Maybe it is just because they were closer in age to her. They probably had way more in common. She had way more in common with the other two girls. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of them are from the South too. Like all like Parvati, Natalie, and Alexis. I think they're all from the South.
So
like they talked about it a lot.
Yeah,
not individually.
So I don't know, at the time of filming, I think that at least Parvati and Natalie, I think both lived in California, but that might be where they're from originally. So
yeah,
and James, I think, is from Louisiana.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not making it a big deal. I'm just saying it just seems like they had a lot of in common, and she just really liked hanging out with them. But yeah, I guess this is where, well, not guess, we know this is where the women start to like finally take the reins.
Yes, and when it rains, it pours. That's going to be the immunity challenge here, because we're going to have everybody with an arm over their head, and we're going to see some people jumping off to get some snacks. Sari and Eric are going to get some candy. There's a whole battle over who's allowed to have a cookie. James is going to get some donuts. Amanda has to pee. And it all comes down to Ozzy gets donuts. And it all comes down to Parvati versus Jason. And so then everybody's like, hey, Jason, step down, because they're thinking, okay, well, if Jason doesn't win immunity, then he's done here.
Yeah, it's a great James moment too, where he's like, what in the Nickelodeon is going on here? Really incredible. Yeah. But yeah, like the group basically says, like, Jason, we won't vote you out if you quit and give immunity to Parvati. And he says, like, only if you guarantee it, which, like, having immunity is a great guarantee, Jason.
Right. 6.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was
Like,
stuck. It's terrible.
I could not do that. Six and a
Mhm.
half hours. And then he asked for the guarantee. Everybody's like, oh, I guarantee. They don't even say, like, I guarantee I won't vote for you. It's just like, I guarantee. And then they're crossing their fingers. This is not the playground, y'all. Like, I don't.
Mhm.
What was that?
Yeah.
Just crossing fingers.
Mari, I feel like that on Big Brother, this happens a lot more like in the endurance challenges, like, oh, like, let's make a deal. And then if the person like goes back on the deal, I feel like it's like a much bigger deal on Big Brother of like, you said in the challenge I was safe and now I'm not safe. Like, I kind of feel like in Survivor, it's just like, haha, idiot.
Yeah, it's so weird because like the famous line is you can bounce checks in the Big Brother house, and we've famously seen people bounce those endurance checks, yet people get more heated about it, but also people understand it more when it comes to Big Brother. Like here, it's just like, why would you do that? Like it makes no sense. It really didn't make any sense here, especially since you were on the bottom. I think even that's even worse. It's not just it's like some random person in the middle who gets that guarantee. It's the person who is literally, if you're in line for the slaughterhouse, he's next. And it just and you're down to the last person. It just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. I think that's why it was more of a what are you doing type of thing here. Maybe just because also this is like immunity, you know, and after this somebody gets voted out, while in Big Brother normally the endurance comps are for HOH, so you still have like a lot more gameplay left. But like, dog, Jason, what are you doing here? I mean, it doesn't come back to bite him this episode, but it just doesn't make sense.
It'll be a minute. Yeah. So Lindsay, I feel like that there seems to be this thought of like trying to earn goodwill from everybody, like in terms of like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and try to step down and then people will like me. Like Eric is like, okay, I'm gonna hand off the necklace and earn goodwill, but the goodwill isn't like so valuable.
Yeah, there seems to be a big narrative of this at various points, especially with these young guys, where it's like, well, the jury's not going to respect you. You need to like win them back. And that's going to be a big card that the Black Widows are going to play, which is like, you need to redeem yourself. And that's going to be a big thing all throughout the season. And they seem so susceptible to it, these guys, especially Jason and Eric, where they're like, oh, I'm looking over there and I don't see too many friendly faces, which, especially for Eric, is ludicrous.
Okay. So congratulations to Parvati, who wins immunity here. And Ozzy's like, oh my God, what an idiot. Can't believe Jason gave up immunity. He's going to go home. One of the dumbest moves ever. Moron.
And again, it's so much easier to blindside somebody if there's an obvious vote here.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point. I guess it's something that I don't hear stated about Survivor enough. Of like, okay, like once a target is like so obvious, like it's the perfect time to go in a different direction.
Yeah, especially once you know that the target you kind of want to get out also has an immunity idol, and you need to get them out at a point where they don't expect it. So I mean, this is just like Jeff says in the show itself. They just perfected the blind side.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to tribal council. That there's a moment, Lindsay, where James says to Ozzy, look, hey, like I feel something might be off. He's like, nah, don't worry about it. We got this. We're the favorites.
He says he might not even bring his idol. He's like, if I need to, I'll bring it. I was like, what? What are you doing? Bring your idol.
Yeah. When I heard that back, like that screamed to me like a producer saying like, so you bringing your idol to tribal council tonight? It's like, well, I'm probably not going to bring my idol to tribal council tonight. Like Ozzy, that's the signal. Bring your idol.
Exactly. And then they also kind of got him saying, like, I don't know. I feel maybe I need to bring it. You know what I'm saying? Which that felt more like a producer line to me, because it didn't feel like he had any feeling in it. He's like, you know, if I feel something, then I'll play it. You know, it just it did not feel genuine, because it feels like he legit thought he was running the show.
Okay. So here's the final 9, and ultimately we're gonna get this group together with it's Suri, Parvati, Natalie, and Alexis. This is the opportunity to get rid of Ozzy. Don't tell Amanda, no matter what you do. Don't tell Amanda. Don't tell James. Don't tell Eric. This is going to need to be like a very precise, pinpoint operation, Lindsay.
Yeah, so they need to make really sure that Amanda in particular doesn't know, because I think
There's no
she's
room
not
for
quite
error.
ready. Yes, exactly. She's still in the heat of this romance. They haven't yet DTR'd, but she's not ready to get rid of him. And yeah, so it's got to be a very specific operation here.
Okay, so let's go to Tribal Council. Here comes Eliza, and I really think, Mari, that one of the reasons why all these blindsides play so great is that you have the perfect blindside audience with Eliza sitting there.
Eliza's faces during this is just perfect. Like, just the, so gifable. Yeah, just, I mean, and for each like blind side thereafter, you just have the juries just eyes bugging out, laughing. Just it was amazing. This is such an amazing season and a really good post merge. Like, Eliza's just amazing for that reaction alone.
And we're gonna see Ozzy voted out, and boy, Lindsay, Ozzy doesn't take it great. Turns around, gives like a death stare to everybody. He's so upset.
He's so mad.
He's so mad. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
he says he was going to read the room, but he clearly does
not. Yeah. And he has good final words. Basically, I hate all of you.
Yeah, screw you, basically.
Screw you, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at least he didn't go as far as giving us the cornbread, of it all, the BBOTT cornbread. So,
yeah.
But very close. Yeah, very close.
All right. So we've had Eliza and the effing stick. We have Ozzy blindsided here. Let's go to episode 11 and a little bit of fallout here of you didn't tell us. Eric says that he doesn't blame them for not telling him, but Amanda and James are upset. They both were blindsided. Neither of them got to find out about what was going on. And I guess we start here with first we see Amanda and James talk to each other, but really we skip Parvati talking to James. And Mari, we see that James is not happy.
Yes. And I do want to talk about that. However, why did the voiceover for this season be all like, oh, Parvati decided to double cross Ozzy to get everyone on board to vote him out? I was like, excuse me. I feel like Suri did that, and Parvati had to be the one to be like, she was the last and final vote they needed. But again, I'm just gonna be here to give Suri her flowers because I really felt like they tried to give Parvati all of the credit for that.
That's the winner edit. That's what you get all the credit for everything that goes on there. That the way I look at it, I feel like it's Suri's plan, but it's like Parvati's army that she put together.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. The execution. And again, I do think down the line Parvati does, say that. But yeah, so she tries to smooth things over. Parvati tries to smooth things over with James here, and James is just, like, oh, I should have known, you're poison, baby, and I get it, and you're fluffing me right here. Just tell me what you tell me the truth. You don't even have to. It was really like awkward because Parvati tries to be nice, and then she's like, you know what? I wanted Ozzy out. She's like, I can't win against you two. And then he just comes and says, well, what's your plan here? And she's like, I'm gonna go to end with the girls. And I was like, well.
I think that's great. So good. It's like the perfect answer when he says, like, who are you going with? And she says girls. And she doesn't say like Amanda and Suri. She doesn't say Natalie and Alexis. She just says girls. So you can't really go back and say anything with that.
Yeah. And this is a really fun conversation. I mean, it's interesting more than fun because that he says to her that she's like, yeah, sorry about that. He's like, you don't mean sorry. You mean haha. you and then like, no, that's not what I mean. It's like, yeah, you mean haha. And he goes back to Lindsay, the Survivor China parable. James calls her. He's like, I knew you were an apple biter the day I met you.
Yeah.
Do you think that Parvati has any idea what he's talking about when he's calling her an apple biter?
100% no. I think it's apple chewer, but nonetheless, she's like,
Yeah.
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. He's like, you couldn't just frolic naked. She's like, pardon me? Like,
Yeah, you're an apple chewer. I knew it from the day that I met you.
If you guys know, can you explain it to me? Because I was also confused.
Okay, so this goes back to in Survivor China that he referred to the final four that he had. He said that they were basically like in the Garden of Eden, and God had one rule: just don't bite the apple. All we have to do is not turn on each other and not bite the apple, and we'll be the final four, and we'll be good. And then that his alliance double crossed him, and he was very upset. They had to bite the apple, and he took one look at Parvati, and he knew she was going to be an apple chewer also. That this time Amanda was not the apple chewer. This time it was Parvati.
Okay, yeah, I did get a biblical sense from it, but I was like, this. I don't think that's how that worked. So that's good to know that there's some context there, and he wasn't just talking.
Yes, they could be frolicking naked in the Garden of Eden, but they had to chew the apple. All right. Also, James that has a little bit of an issue with his finger. Lindsay, this sneaks up on us. We didn't see the actual incident. Just all of a sudden, James has like a big thing on his finger. And I don't know if it's like, if that's part of like the medical treatment or like that he has like this giant thing on his finger now.
Yeah, Sari points it out. She's like, oh, is that like part of your finger hanging off there? And he's like, oh, yeah, just like I cut it with the machete or something. And he's just like, whatever, it's no big deal, but it's so gross.
Yeah. Yeah. And this was where we thank goodness this is the final standard definition season of Survivor.
Yeah. I was about to say, I thought of you every time they cleaned the wounds and how you are not a fan of Dr. Pimple Popper, Rob, or any of those medical shows.
I don't care for that.
I was gonna put on Dr. Pimple Popper for my kids the other day. I'm like, hey, you want to watch this? I thought they'd be into it, but
I love that show.
Yeah,
I love it.
Why would you even put that on their radar?
Yeah, they were dealing with somebody that had something. It looked like a serious issue. I'm like, all right, let's change this. Okay, it backfired on me. All right. Anyway, so all right. Parvati and Amanda talk, and they're talking about the final three, and they're saying, "Hey, come on, we're still good. Final three, let's do this." And Amanda seems reluctantly back on board. Mari.
Yeah, she's basically like, why would I believe them? They didn't tell me about this, saying that Parvati clearly has Nat and Alexis wrapped around her finger. And then now she goes, oh, so she must have Sari around her finger because Sari didn't even tell me. I'm like, nobody has Sari wrapped around her finger. But anyways, yeah, I don't blame Amanda here for at least for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Because, she was left out of the vote. Yeah. But as the season goes on, it changes, but also just, her final tribal, when she said she would have told Ozzy, then it's like, well, then I'm glad they didn't tell you, Yeah. So, I mean, Eric seems to be the person who took it the best out of everybody. And he's just like, oh, I understand, but everybody else are just really mad. And Amanda is at least trying to salvage her final three with Sari and Parvati, but she again says in confessional, but now I don't know if I trust them. The trust is broken and all of that good stuff there. So, I mean, she has a right to feel hurt, but I'm glad she gets over it, basically.
Yeah, and Lindsay ends up being. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this is the first time I caught that Sari has a nickname for Amanda in here, where she calls her Legs. I was so tickled by that.
Yeah, I don't think we were really keen to the Sari nickname thing until Game Changers.
Yeah, exactly. Officers have Legs.
Yeah. Okay. And it ends up being like a really good move that they're able to bring Amanda back into the fold, because ultimately they're going to need her, where I think that it's like, hey, Black Widow Brigade came together and they ran the game. But I think that a lot of people, and I know that I sort of like had forgotten about how, there's going to be a point where the Black Widow Brigade is like where Alexis and Natalie turn on Amanda and Parvati, and they team back up with Eric to try to take one of them out at the final six. So if they don't bring Amanda back in the fold, then it's going to end up like all falling apart for Parvati.
Yeah.
So yeah, good to have her back on board. And Amanda, while she was like the reluctant member, like if this is like a movie where like a heist movie, she was like the last person that they could get to like come on, like all right, fine, I'll join the crew. They get her in, and she ends up being a big deal. All right, so Survivor auction, great auction.
Love the auction.
Great auction here. Okay. Ultimately, some highlights here. Natalie has to pick somebody to go to Exile Island and take all their money, and she's gonna send Jason.
Yeah, and so, I love that she asked Jeff, like, "Is there an idol still there?" And he like confirmed all of that, and then she still sends Jason. And her reasoning was, nobody volunteered. So was Natalie like legit? Like, I think she says she got back to the beach and she's like, oh man, why did I do that? Why did I send him? But it just, I don't know, like what was her game here? You know what I'm saying? Like she sent Jason, did she really want to foster that relationship with him, or did she just not want to send somebody else out to exile? It just felt really weird as to her thinking here.
It's a good question. I really don't know if we have the right answer to that, other than that maybe she's trying to think of like whose money could I take that they're not going to get mad.
Oh,
okay. She doesn't want to like upset her alliance too by like making them miss out on the auction.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, but why? Really confirm that okay, there's going to be an idol there. But I guess she said like nobody volunteered to go, so I guess that was a good excuse.
I think it's interesting too that she knows to ask Jeff, like, is there going to be an idol out there since Aussies didn't get played? Because like in China, when Jameses go, they don't rehide the idol.
And it's weird that Jeff confirms this also. Like, I feel like that, I feel like in a typical season, you'd be like, I guess there's only one way to find out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he confirms it. Yeah. And we're going to see Jason go to Exile Island, and he is going to end up walking away with the idol, but more on that to come. Also, I guess some other interesting stuff. James gets, or Natalie gets bat soup. James eats it.
Yeah. So free meal.
Yeah, he's excited about that. And then we get the wild finish where Natalie buys the giant chocolate cake, and then they have 60 seconds to eat it. And what happened that you had to pick people to eat the cake here, Lindsay?
They get a note and it's like, and they're like, oh, not that again. What's it going to be? But she's just supposed to pick people to eat this cake with her for 60 seconds, and it's so gross. And she's like, sorry, Alexis and Parvati, you're all joining me, but I'm like super aggro, so don't play or something like that. Like,
she does get a little aggro by this point in the season. Maybe is that what happened, where that like Natalie like seems like she becomes like a different person? Mark, do you think she just reached like a point of being so hungry?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the hangry jumped out. Yeah, Natalie. But when she picks Parvati, Suri, and Alexis here, Amanda has to feel some type of way about this at this point, because she has to think like, wow, where is my place in this alliance here? But I mean, ultimately we get the women shoving cake into their faces in a slow, maybe in my mind it was like, is this a slow montage? So then Eric offering them money to lick the cake off their face. That
was wild.
That was disgusting.
Yeah,
that was disgusting.
Yeah, and then James has the great line of like, that's sad. That boy has problems.
Poor thing. I love it.
I mean, he's hungry, I guess, but that was.
Okay. All right. So, all right. We come back. Natalie, why did you send Jason to exile? You idiot.
Yeah, and this is when Natalie was using some very colorful language and calling Jason so many people. I was like, what is happening?
Mhm.
It was just B word this, B word that, just calling him all sorts of names. Ugh. And meanwhile, cut to Exile, and Jason is just talking about how he trusts Natalie, and oh, it
Yeah.
was, mm.
And guess what? He's going to come back and then tell Natalie, hey, that was good thinking to send me there. That was good strategic thinking.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, she definitely wants to work with me. That's why she sent me here. I get it now."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so we have our immunity challenge, and we end up with it is Eric who wins his first immunity. Congratulations to Eric.
Yeah, his
On his
first of
birthday.
many here.
Yeah, and on his birthday, no less. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. They go through poor Jason's bag, and they find the bag, and Natalie thinks that Jason is very stupid.
Yeah, this is the turning point. This is where the edit starts to really bury Natalie, and start painting her as, the many B words that she threw at Jason here, going through his stuff in front of everybody at camp, including James and Eric. They clearly looked very uncomfortable with what she was doing. But now the women know that Jason does have the immunity idol, and now they work furiously to try and make a play against it. And this is where we also get the coining of the Black Widow Brigade as well.
Yes. Okay.
Mhm.
Because they get these men in their web and they spin them and spin them and spin them. Now, how apt of a name is that? How many people did that happen to?
The spinning?
Yeah, like I feel like did it happen? It happened to Eric for sure, for no doubt.
Mhm.
Did it happen to
Yeah.
Jason?
Yes, I would say
I
so.
think so.
Okay.
Ozzy as
Did it happen
well,
to
to be quite honest.
Ozzy?
I think so. Honestly, I think they did everything they meant to do.
Yeah, I take some exception with like Go ahead, sorry, Mary.
No, no, it's you. Mhm.
Okay. Sorry, I feel like my connection is wonky now, but anyway, yeah, I take some exception to the fact that they're like, "Ozzy made a dumb move," and it's like, "You just got blindsided. That happens
Mhm.
sometimes."
It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
Not everybody gets spun around. Okay. All right. But they're going to tell Jason, okay, that Jason, tonight we're going to go after James. It was a good thing you ended up getting the idol. Don't play it tonight. Going after James. Ultimately, they're going
Yeah.
after Jason.
Yeah, Natalie does a good job with him where she like manages to convince him that like had a plan all along. And he's like, "Oh yeah, thank you for keeping your word to me. It means so much." And like she does a really good job here. I think this is like a bit of a party for her as well, where we see what she's capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think they were a little bit more resourceful than just don't play your idol here.
Mhm.
But this is where Natalie starts to work some of the boys, and I still don't understand why they believed her. Maybe just because they were like fans,
Mhm.
together, and they were, started originally on the same tribe. But yeah, they get Jason not to use his idol, and this one again isn't as egregious as the Eric one. Um, on par with the Ozzy one, I would think.
Yeah. Back to
Um,
back.
yeah, back to
He
back.
wanted to be just like Ozzy, and now he finally
Mhm.
was.
Mission
So
accomplished.
ultimately,
Yeah.
he gets voted out with an idol, just like Ozzy did.
Yeah. When
Okay.
Ozzy learns that it was Parvati who flipped on him, he looks so disappointed in her. He just looks at her like, "Oh, how could you?"
Hey, that was his real life friend. They went all the way back
Yeah.
to the hot tub.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot
Mhm.
about that. When Ozzy walks into this tribal council, he's flicking them off in this
Mhm.
one.
I didn't notice that.
It's a salty
Yeah.
juror. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Let's
Wow.
go to episode number 12. And we're going to see James. We get some foreshadowing again of we're going to get James's finger looked at before we even get to the challenge.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. We
Go
moved
for it.
on, but I do have a question. Because Nat Natalie, this is where we get the Natalie like flossing my teeth with his juggler and very like just mean spirited. But do you think it would have been a better move for her to actually like kind of go with Jason, especially on they knew this was going to be a split vote here? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think it would have been better for her, or was it just she was just so committed to the Black Widows?
That's a great point, because at the next round, although that even then, you know, it I don't think it would have made a difference, because ultimately Amanda's going to play the idol. And so even if that like there Suri is going to end up you know, flipping to their side, so they even have enough votes, but just so happens that they play the idol. But maybe with another person, would Suri flip also? Could they put 3 votes on Parvati and 2 votes on Amanda? Would that have been enough?
And well, Amanda wouldn't have had the idol if Jason had stayed.
That's a good point.
True.
Good point. Yeah. So yeah. Natalie, joke's on you. Should have kept her on Jason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I mean, because the favorite. Yeah, I did. Thank you. But the fans tried too late. You know what I'm saying? Like when Natalie and Alexis and Eric got back up together, it was too late. When they could have kept Jason here, and by that point, James was mad at Parvati as well. You know what I'm saying? Because this is where we get that episode is where we got Jason with 4 votes, James with 3 votes, and then Parvati with the 1 vote. So if Natalie and Alexis weren't so secure in the Black Widow Brigade, they could have swung over to the boys, at least even just the fan boys, and they could have probably shifted the game here. But I guess that's just a testament and a kudos to Parvati here, making them feel so comfortable and secure with going with them, I guess. So just a thought.
That's a great thought. All right, let's go to our next episode, where we're gonna get the family visit. First, James is gonna get his finger looked at a little bit, but James says, "Don't worry about it. I'm fine."
Yeah,
fine. Okay. All right. Loved ones visit. Lindsay, any interesting loved ones here for you?
I mean, obviously it's Jeff Probst. He's just standing there with Eric and his brother. That's really delightful.
Yep.
James's dad is like super dapper.
I love James's dad. James Senior.
He's wonderful.
He's great on the reunion also.
He's so good, and he's so good with his comments throughout the challenge too, where he's like, "We're going to talk about her."
Yeah, he's dressed so formally also that I don't know how many other, maybe Courtney's dad last season is debonair.
Yeah.
Yes, he doesn't do shorts, but James's dad was like like a button-up shirt and slacks.
Yeah. Very dapper.
Very dapper.
Suri and her husband, is it HB?
HB.
Yeah, that I was crying seeing them, you know, together again. I love it. So
yep, he came back from Panama.
Yeah, you gotta love the loved ones visits. You know, it's nice to see that. I always love watching that initial meetup, but I'm not gonna lie, I normally speed through the rest of it.
Yeah. Okay. So here, Alexis ends up winning the loved ones visit. Okay. And then it ends up being, it's a weird challenge here. It ends up being the what is this
rope chop?
Yeah, but that touchy subjects reward challenge for loved ones. Yeah. And Mari, we've never done this before for loved ones.
I have a lot of questions here. Yeah. A lot of questions. Who came up with the answers to these questions?
So they asked this, the way that this works, because this was the immunity challenge that I won in Survivor the Amazon.
There you go.
So that you take like a survey, and then they polled the tribe, and you are looking to give like a Family Feud style the most popular answer given by the tribe.
Right. And I heard that, but for, I guess, again, Big Brother brain, I was thinking of it more like majority rules than so
they take a survey beforehand, not necessarily like everybody show your answer, who has like who said who, like they weren't, I don't think they were voting live on the spot.
Right, and that's what I eventually realized, because
Yeah.
I was like, "Wait, what?" So
But
yeah.
Lindsay, this is a weird call to do touchy subjects for the loved ones challenge, because like you go see your loved one and you got to hear like which person is the smelliest.
Yeah, and like James's dad has to hear them say like, "We wouldn't want to bring him to dinner." He's like, "Hey, why?" So yeah, it's weird, and I also don't totally understand. At the end, Suri has to choose who's going to win between Alexis and Amanda. Like, why does she pick Alexis? Why do we think that?
Right.
Hmm.
That's what I was thinking too. I thought, "Oh, okay, great. This is going to show their cards." And all of this
Yeah,
just showed that again,
Yeah.
if I'm Amanda, I'm thinking I'm on the bottom here.
yeah,
Hmm.
it's weird.
This didn't
Yeah.
make sense to me from
Yeah.
Suri.
Well, I wonder what they were thinking going into this vote, because I mean, this is the final 7, which ends up being the final 6, because James is going to get the medical
Mm,
evacuation. So I wonder if Suri was already thinking about potentially flipping, because maybe they're on the wrong side of the numbers. If Alexis and Natalie are going to vote with Eric and James potentially, like that could be
mm.
already. So maybe
Yeah,
Suri was trying to like realize like, hey, I'm not in such a great spot here with Parvati and Amanda.
Oh yeah, there it
it's
is.
interesting.
It's
Yeah,
possible.
Mhm.
yeah.
All right. So Alexis is going to pick Suri, and then who's the other person she picks?
Natalie.
Natalie. Okay, makes sense. All right. Meanwhile, James, let's take another look at that finger.
You think this would have happened before the challenge if he wasn't going to see his dad?
Oh, interesting.
Hmm. Didn't think about
Because
that.
they were like,
Yeah.
first thing in the morning, if it doesn't look better, we're pulling you. And I was like, oh, well, let's let him hug his dad real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that'd at
Yeah.
least be nice.
Mm-hmm.
We already flew
Okay.
him out here.
Yeah.
He's already here. That's right. Yeah. So, does James? This is James. Okay. Is gonna leave the game. Here, right? This is when James leaves.
Yeah, they do the
Yeah.
gross close up where they like squeeze his finger right in front
Oh,
of the
come
camera. And I was like,
on.
stop, stop.
Come
Ugh,
on.
I don't
All
like
right.
it.
All right. It's final 6, and now, um, we're gonna see where Amanda is gonna go to exile here. She gets the thing that says the clue is back at camp, and some questions about what's gonna go on here, because ultimately, even if it's Parvati, Amanda, and Suri, that's still only 3, Mari, where the
Mhm.
fans could get back together and tie the vote.
Yeah, and this is one of the, again, I got to shout out Prodium. He pointed out the editing of this episode, because this is one of the first episodes where we don't see the idol being found. So what we get is Alexis and Nat telling Parv, like, look, we got to vote for Amanda. We got to get Amanda out of here. She's a jury threat, blah blah blah. And Parvati's like, I can't do that, whatever, I can't write her name down. And so Amanda comes back, things get put into motion. And like you said, Suri, at this point, it's 6, and it's 6 people, it's 3 and 3. Suri's like, I'm not pulling rocks. And
Yeah.
she has to tell Amanda, like, I think I'm gonna vote for you. But even then, Suri was still like, thought about it. She thought about going to rocks for Amanda. And Amanda even has the great line here, like, well, if I come back, if something happens, like, what is it, still me, you, and Parvati to the end? And Suri was like, of course, of course. And it seemed like a test here. But
Mm-hmm.
I just loved the way they edited this. I love just how Amanda played this. Like, at this point, it really was, she had to find that idol.
Mm-hmm.
There was no way around it. And was so good. Just, again, another, just such a solid episode.
Yeah. What do you think about the way that Suri ends up playing this? Because it's interesting, because she does flip against them, but she ends up being like having her vote nullified, but then ultimately like comes back to camp like nothing ends up happening. And Lindsay, I feel like that later on in the season, Amanda's like, well, Suri was put to the test when she was willing to go to rocks for me. It's like, no, she
Mhm.
Yeah,
wasn't. She voted against you.
Yeah,
What are you talking about,
demonstrably was
Amanda?
not. She did not do it. Yeah, but apparently she did a good enough job convincing her of like, if this was any other situation where it wasn't going to be going to rocks, I would totally be on your side, but I'm not prepared to like sacrifice my game completely for you. And apparently that's good enough for Amanda. She believes
Good
her
enough.
that
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah. So yeah, this was exciting because ultimately, when we go to the tribal council, we're gonna get all of the Amanda votes. She's gonna play her idol, and then it ends up being 2 votes for Alexis. Another blindside. Even their own alliance gets blindsided.
This is a moment where Amanda is like kind of coming alive in a way that we don't see a lot, where she like struts up to the podium, like swinging the necklace, like,
Yeah.
I got it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's an exciting moment for Amanda. Ends up finding the idol, saving the day, and Parvati, sticks it out with Amanda. She, I guess, is able to do enough of a distraction to buy Amanda time to buy the idol. Not clear. Did Parvati know that she had the idol?
Parvati, did she know that she had the idol? I don't know, but we do know that Amanda told Parvati that the idol was at camp and that she needed to be able to find it. Also, we accidentally skipped that. Eric won his second immunity in a row here.
Eric.
Yeah, which is why he wasn't. Which is why he wasn't available to get voted out here. But yeah, Amanda did a great job at the tribal council, but then I she poured it on like, oh, poor me, I'm going home, oh my gosh, I needed it, and then swinging out the idol, doing the blind side, very verbose in front of the jury. So again, I'm wondering if this really did come back to bite her, because they really said that she came off disingenuous, and I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all until everybody was pointing it out at the tribal council. So again, just
who says that at the final tribal council?
Eliza,
yeah.
Alexis.
And they end up all being Parvati votes.
Yeah.
So
I think it's interesting too. Like the jury is super pumped when she does this. Like she pulls out the idol, and like obviously it's like Ozzy who's in love with her, but everybody, like even Eliza and James, those guys are all like getting super excited and they're like clapping.
Yeah, they're like hitting each other. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's just that they like the move, or if they're like, good job, Amanda. And eventually they're going to turn on her.
Yeah. All right. So apologies to Eric Reichenbach for not talking enough about his immunity win in that episode. But to make up for it, we'll spend a lot of time talking about his next upcoming immunity win. Yeah. All right. If it smells like a rat, give it cheese. Is this an expression?
I've never heard it.
I think I've heard
this, right? If it smells like a rat, give it cheese. But
yeah, I feel like I've heard if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, or whatever. Yeah,
rats, they find their own food. I'm not feeding the rat. You feed a rat once, that rat's coming back to your house every day. No way. Yeah. All right. So let's go back to the final 5, and Eric and Natalie, they feel like they're sort of like on the outs here. They need to come up with a plan.
Yeah. And again, why did people on the bottom trust Natalie at this point? Maybe because they also sense that she's on the bottom and she needs to make a move, but she just does not see it. She's too busy flossing with her jugulars and very excited to be cutthroat, that she just doesn't see that, she should have been working with these people. But this episode was really all over the place in a sense. How we first start off with Eric and Natalie bonding and talking about how they need to watch out for each other. And they said if they win the reward, Eric said he'd take her, and then she said she'd take him. Or did they say that? I wasn't sure if they. Yeah. Okay. Please.
Yeah, I think they were talking about taking each other on the reward, or at least send her to Exile Island. So she can go and look for the idol, because then if she has the idol and Eric has the necklace, they could work together. So and I do think she was being genuine here, where like if Eric is going to do that, like especially if I think they would have put their votes together in that scenario.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been so ideal, for them, for the two of them who are clearly on the bottom. Eric sends her to exile. She finds the idol. He wins the immunity. That means one of the three original favorites have to go. Like, why didn't this happen?
Eric gets spun around.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Amanda is going to start talking with Eric, and they're going to make a deal. And then they say, "Hey, look, you're physical and strategic. Well, here's the deal. Why don't we go ahead and send Parvati to Exile Island?"
This is so well done, I think. Like, Cerise says to Amanda, like, go talk to him, tell him you've forgiven him, and maybe you can get in his head. And it, like, sort of smash cuts from talk to him to her talking to him. And I think she plays this so beautifully where she says, like, of course Natalie wants you to go there. She wants you to be weaker. Like, you're a physical competitor. Of course she would want that. Like, why would you ever do something so stupid? And he's like, yeah. She's making a lot of good points here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes. So good. How did he fall for this? It's I mean, this won't be the last thing.
Indeed.
Yeah. All right. We had a rough couple days. All right. Let's go to our reward challenge where it's a Survivor trivia on a big wheel.
Yeah.
Where's Jordan Kalish for this, Lindsay?
Yeah, it's really missing here. All these questions were a little too easy and straightforward.
They were easy, but the Survivor contestants know nothing about Survivor, which is sort of like a weird spot of like, let's show you how the people on the show actually know nothing about the show.
The show that you love, even the people we consider the biggest fans don't know anything about it.
They can't answer the easiest Survivor trivia questions that we will find.
Yeah,
those are the easiest. I think I got as many right as what Parvati.
Yeah.
Parvati knew nothing.
Yeah.
That's why I have not been on Twitch.
All right. Ultimately, we're gonna see who wins this. Eric, right?
Eric, the super fan.
The super fan. Okay. Mm-hmm. And he's gonna take Amanda.
Just as planned.
And sends Parvati to go to Exile Island, and Natalie is livid.
So mad. Yeah.
So mad. Yes. And Suri does such a great job here. She's like, that's really messed up. Why would he do that? I can't believe this guy.
Yep. And this right here is why we didn't get, Eric with the necklace and Natalie with the immunity idol. Like, Cerise did such a good job of just poking Natalie and poking Natalie and poking Natalie. Like, you don't like Eric. Eric lied to you. We have to get Eric out. It was so good. And Cerise like I'm not, on the reward, but I love seeing Natalie this mad. Was really funny.
She was really enjoying. That was her reward of getting Natalie worked up at Eric.
Yeah, it's a great confessional. Like yanking her around a little bit is bringing me joy. It's so good.
Mm-hmm. And Eric and Amanda, they're on reward, and they have a good talk, but ultimately, it's not going to go great for Eric. And then Parvati chills out on Exile. Now, anecdotally, Parvati has said that she did find the immunity idol on Exile Island and just left it there.
Oh, I think I did hear that.
Didn't even take it.
Yeah, she said it would have caused too much chaos and like it would have put her in a weird spot because Nat would have been like, well, I thought we were super close. Give me the idol.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's actually very interesting where like I feel like that I wish we could have seen that like on the show where basically like pull like a Randy and just like chuck it into the ocean. Like don't need that. Like that'd be great in her winter montage.
That would have been cool. So instead we got the sunbathing montage, which was just as good,
with the sexy music.
Yeah, defense wins championships as well. So I like that she found the idol. She knew where the idol was, left it there, so that's all that's all there is to it. So I'm not mad at her for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when Eric and Amanda come back, Natalie is not talking to Eric.
Yeah, she said she could have smacked him like his mother.
Okay.
Who
And
was she, Clay?
so Amanda is going to check in with Sari and Natalie, and they're all like trading notes on Eric, and they ultimately realize that Eric's double dealing. He's in over his head.
Yeah. So Eric plays the game of Survivor. They find out, and then they make him feel as bad about it as they possibly can.
Poor Eric. Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he falls for it.
Yes. Okay. But luckily, he will win immunity. And there we go. Eric will be safe and make it to the final four of Survivor Fans versus Favorites.
Yay.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Eric. Okay. Meanwhile, there's a plan. And there's some talk about, boy, if he didn't have that necklace, huh? And it's Sari who is the first one to say, you think you could talk him into giving you the necklace? Everybody's like, no, it's impossible. Nobody can pull off a heist like that.
Natalie gets so mad about this. She's like, why would anyone fall for that? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I feel stupid just listening to you. And like I was reading the oral history thing that Dalton Ross put together, and she talks about that there too, where she says, like, I was so mad because I was like, I'm just gonna get voted out. Like, why would you make me look stupid on the way out? But she's like, and then I realized that maybe we could.
Yeah. Or could we? Yeah. So, all right. They talk about, like, Parvati says, look, Ozzy, Jason, Eric, he belongs in that threesome. He belongs in this trio. I love that. They're like, no, he belongs being up there with them.
It's perfect.
Yes. Yeah. He doesn't know it yet, but it's perfect. All right. So this is what they're working on. So it doesn't go great at first. Natalie goes to Eric and says, all right, I've got a crazy idea, but just trust me, it's brilliant. You give me your necklace. He's like, no, I won't even consider that. No. Hear me out. Hear me out on this. And the conversation has started.
Yeah. Natalie says, if you give me your necklace, it's assigned to Sari. Sari will vote out Amanda. Eric rightfully says, why don't we just vote out Amanda without giving up my necklace? Natalie almost trips and stumbles here. She's like, but I think she picks it back up to, like, she has to trust you. You've been, telling all of us one thing. We don't believe you anymore. This could be a sign of trust. This will signal that you will be willing to vote for Amanda. They don't know if you'll be willing to vote for Amanda. So this will be the signal. And he's like, okay, well, I guess I got to talk to Sari. I'm like, okay. Huh?
I think Natalie does this so well too, where she's like, that's all we would need. So she's really framing it like, I'm on your side here, man. Like, it's just you and me. We just need one more. So if we get Sari, that's all we need. And then it's done. Like, I think it's good to position it that way.
Yep. And so he's going to talk to Sari. Sari says, I don't know if I can trust you, but, if you were to save Nat, Natalie says, just do it. Just go out on a limb. Come on.
Yeah, which again, this still doesn't make much sense because Eric was just telling Sari how he has to get rid of Nat and Amanda, that they should probably target them. So why would none of this makes sense?
No, but it is 36 days into Survivor. So things make sense on day 36. Like, this is not a day 26 move. Day 36, this starts making some sense.
And every other person there is like working on you and like emotionally manipulating you.
Poor thing.
And he's like 22. Like, poor Eric. Didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, he wanted to be an ice cream man, but he's still ice cream boy at this point.
Oh no.
All right. Anything else about getting Eric on the ropes here before we go to Tribal Council?
I guess Sari says, like, Amanda, you and Parvati need to like really push him at Tribal Council, and like Nat and I will stay quiet so that he sees that he maybe needs to go with this other option instead. And so she like really makes sure that everybody has all their roles down and everyone is consistent and note perfect, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it really is. Like, everybody plays their part like so perfectly to be able to make this work. Okay. All right. So they go to Tribal Council. and they're talking about Parvati's time on Exile, and Parvati's talking about how she heard about Eric scrambling when she got back. That was really the talk of the camp. Everybody's upset with Eric and all this double dealing.
Yep.
Yeah.
She said she was glad she missed it.
Yeah.
She just got a chance to relax.
And they get into this idea of Eric needs some redemption tonight.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, my word means nothing. I know I have to actually do something." And Sari's like, "Yeah, you just have to redeem yourself and do it now, especially if you've been discredited. Like, your word means nothing. So it's your actions that matter." And Eric's clearly like, "Yes, I need to do something drastic."
Yes, and something drastic he will do, because he says that, actions speak louder than words. He wants to give individual immunity to Natalie.
Unreal.
Yeah, like again, Parvati and Amanda do a great job just needling him at Tribal the whole time. But what did he need redemption for? Like, for real. In his mind, what
Too
did
many
he
lies. Too many lies. He
in the
lied to
past
everybody.
day when he was
Yes.
like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm sorry.
Double dealing.
Yeah, but I feel so bad for him because it's like, yeah, you were double dealing. It's the final 5 of Survivor. This makes so much sense. And I did feel bad. I did really feel bad for him because he was like, game aside, I said, I'm sorry. They're like, you can't say sorry. We're in the game. And they were just really going for him. And he, I guess, like, the people pleaser kind of jumped out of him there. But I just felt so bad for him. They really got to him. They really messed that boy up.
That's what James said. Yeah.
That Dalton Ross thing. I was wondering, Rob, if you have a feeling about this, and I highly recommend that Dalton Ross oral history thing for anyone who hasn't read it. But he mentions, like, everybody in there says, like, oh, and then I looked over at the jury, and the jury was losing it, and they were all so excited that this was happening. And, like, I wonder what would have happened if, like, the jury flips out so much that Eric's like, oh, actually, maybe this is a bad idea, and takes it back. Like, do they let him do that?
Does he hand it over? Does he, like, pass it? Once he passes it, I don't know if he can take it back.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wondered, like, the jury is
like 9/10 of the law there.
Yeah, the jury is supposed to be, like, not communicating with the people still in the game.
Yeah, maybe he should have been like, I'm thinking about giving it. And once Eliza, like, falls out of her chair, like, no. I was yawning. Just gonna put this thing back on real quick.
Because I mean, at that point, nobody could hold it. James was laughing on the jury.
James knows instantly.
Yes, the jury member was like,
shaking his head. Like,
yes, so many huge reactions. I think even Amanda and Parvati, like, had some really big reactions there. It's just like, oh, sweet summer child.
Yeah. And they go to vote, and everybody's vote, we see every vote.
Yes.
We see Eric's vote for Parvati, and then Natalie votes for Eric. I don't even know what to say, but thank you. Amanda votes for Eric. I feel like they cut her off. I watched this twice today. She's just like,
she's just like speechless. Like, I mean,
that was it.
Right. Yeah, she did say that. I just assumed she was just like, like, really? But maybe they did cut her off.
Maybe it seemed like she was about to say something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't go back and look.
Then we see that Sari says that what she said. I think she says that her mom always said, if you can't beat him with these, you can always beat him with these.
Yeah, referring to, like, muscles and brains. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Was this the origin of brains versus beauty versus brawn?
Yep, Sari's mind.
Yep.
Sari's mom came out. And Parvati said, "You're crazy. You'll go down as the dumbest survivor ever in the history of Survivor."
Yeah, they wanted to make sure you saw those votes and hear the words in this episode. They were not playing.
Yep. Okay.
So harsh. All right.
So ultimately, we get the votes, and Eric ends up getting voted out, and he says, "You guys drive me crazy."
Yeah, James runs off into the night.
Yeah, James lost his reign as the dumbest survivor ever.
Yes. He was excited about that.
Yeah.
On the jury.
Yeah.
Man.
That's what we
it was
call a
great
life
that
lesson.
James was here for this because, and then ultimately, like these two are going to be sort of like, here together. They're back at the season 36 finale together for like having the things that went to Ghost Island. So, good for James and Eric for their bond.
Yeah, and Eric for being a good sport for Survivor, constantly playing that moment over and over and over and over again.
Yep. Okay. Anything else on the iconic, as advertised, Eric getting voted out after giving away his immunity necklace?
Yeah, I think like we touched on it a bit at the beginning, but just like I worry that everyone has seen it so many times that they have reduced it in their minds to being something less than what it is. And
No,
like
it's
when
still
you
great.
actually watch this whole episode, it's like a heist movie almost. Like you've got everybody playing all their parts so perfectly. It's so well executed. Nobody could do anything any better. And it's just like I think this completely holds up. There's never a time where I'm not like, Eric, what are you doing? But they so perfectly get him here. And it's just like, it's a masterful thing to watch.
You got. Okay.
Yep.
Let's talk through the finale because I feel like that the finale, I think, is a little bit that we could yada yada here because ultimately we have the final four vote and I feel like there's not too much to discuss here with the Natalie Bolton vote.
Yeah, it's
Not a lot of drama
straightforward.
here.
Yeah, they go straight to immunity. Amanda pulls out the immunity win, and Natalie's the vote. They did try and make it seem like Amanda and Parvati were considering getting rid of Suri. They also said, "Oh, Suri got lucky to be with them. That's why she's this far." And I'm like,
Watch
y'all,
it.
come on
How
now.
dare you?
Yeah, I know. It's like, do y'all not remember y'all needed her at one point? And but anyway, I'm not gonna again give Suri her flowers, but I wonder how genuine this was of them.
Yeah,
considering
they need something to talk about here at the
right.
final.
That's what
vote.
I thought.
Ultimately, Natalie is going to go home here. Lindsay, anything else on this vote?
Not really. This is straightforward. I mean, this is where we get the moment where Suri is like, "Oh, I'm on the bottom of the three," and Amanda's going to get very upset about this. But
yeah,
that's it.
How could you say that? How could you say I'm on the bottom of the three? It's like, well, you said that you could never go against Parvati. So Amanda's like, well, that doesn't mean that that's not true about you. It's like, well, you never said it. He's like, well, maybe I never said it to you.
Yeah.
Did you say it to somebody else?
That escalated so quickly at Tribal. I swear I looked down for a second. I'm like, wait, why are they fighting? Like, I was so confused there. And I mean,
Day 37.
Right. And I think, they even go back and they accuse Suri of trying to make them look dumb in front of the jury. But honestly, I don't think she said anything that wasn't untrue, especially since we just saw you guys, thinking about it, and they show us Natalie and Parvati and all of that, like, cozying up together. And then like, Suri just said, like, I'm on the bottom. Jeff asked a question, I'm on the bottom, and I am who's worried about going. I'm worried about going home. Like, it just didn't make sense as to why they got into a fight there. If anything, Amanda made herself look crazy in front of the jury, or look bad in front of the jury. So, weird, very weird moment there.
We're gonna get some tree mail. And the tree mail, after Jeff raised the specter at the tribal council about how about a final two, we get a tree mail that is going to be a final two this season.
Yeah, weird how it's day 38 and there's still three of you here.
So it's going to be a final two where I think that maybe they were thinking like, okay, well, maybe it'll be some sort of a challenge for, I don't know. I guess what do they do in Co Wrong? They do it's probably too early for like, if they had a challenge before the Final Four challenge, that was maybe that they thought it might have been like an advantage in the Final Three challenge.
Yeah, or like the Terry Dietz thing where he gets like the extra meal or whatever.
Yeah, but it's still, if it's a final 2, or if it's going to be a final 3, they
True.
wouldn't need any more challenges. So it would have to be before the final 4.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they were really thinking they were gonna get a meal there. And so Amanda Amanda gets emotional here when she finds out it's a final 2. And she does end up apologizing to Cherie. And she says, like, she came straight from China. She did the 78 days and the 6 months. So maybe it was getting to her, and all that. But I truly believe she was sitting here crying when she figured out it was the final 2, because she knows she needs to win. You know what I'm saying? I that's what and she was like, oh man, it's gonna be so hard, getting we worked hard to get to the 3 here, and it's gonna be so hard getting rid of one of us. But I really think she just was like over it at that point. She was like, I'm done. She thought she was at the finals, and she wasn't, and she knows that she has the largest target on her back there.
I know there's no way for Suri to have known, but hypothetically, if they vote out James instead of Jason, does this season become a final 3?
Right, because then there's no medevac.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, right? Like, it was probably just logistics.
Right. That's what I was gonna ask as well, because we got so many people medevac. I was really expecting, like, for at least one of those tribal councils to be like, oh, okay, it's okay, y'all don't gotta vote anybody out. But we never got that. So was it just all the logistics is why we got a final 2 here?
Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe it might have been if they, I don't know, they could have merged at the Amy vote also and had a final 3 with 8. They're coming off of China, which I think is the only time that they have a final 3 with a 7-person jury.
Yeah, right. This one's weird where they have an 8-person jury and a final 2.
Yeah, final 2. Yeah.
Yes. Is Gabon a 7-person jury also? Hold on. It's like day 36 for us on this.
Yes,
for us too. Okay. Easy on the tweet. Hold that tweet in your draft for a second before we.
For 2 seconds
before we let you know. Yeah. So yes, that is a 7-person jury in Gabon.
Right.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Because what would they have done if it was a tie?
Well, it depends. If it was a 4-4 tie, I don't know what they do.
True. Who breaks the tie, Suri?
Maybe. Okay, but I think Suri still would have voted for Parvati.
True.
Okay. All right. So let's go to our immunity challenge. We're gonna have our fallen comrades, and we go through here. Anything interesting from the fallen comrades?
The only thing I wrote down was Ozzy saying his relationship with Amanda was worth. It was worth more than the. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean,
cool it, Ozzy.
Yeah.
Have a little bit of chill here.
Wild. Okay. All right. We get our challenge where I think this is going to be famously more known for being the Malcolm challenge that he can't win, where we have to hold a marble here. And Suri felt like this was her challenge.
Yeah, it's so sad when she doesn't win it, 'cause she's like, oh, I have to do surgery all the time, and I always have to be steady and calm, and this wasn't that. Nobody's life was on the line, and I still lost it, and it's so sad.
Yeah, her being a surgical nurse. Well, this here again, Peridium, shout out. Amanda changed her grip in the second to last round, which seemed to have afforded her muscles a little bit of relaxing. When she changed her grip, she used the different muscles so that when they went back, she did it. Yeah. So it seemed like the first, because there's 5 rounds altogether, right? Did I count that right? So the first 3 rounds, everybody,
so. Yeah.
Parvati and Suri and Amanda, they all started off holding it like this. You know what I'm saying? This is the steady thing. And then on the 4th round, or the second to last round, Amanda held hers like this.
So if you're listening on the audio,
sorry.
Yeah. Mari has her hands like she's riding a motorcycle, and then the second way was turned it upside down.
upside down. Yes. So
like pull up versus chin up or something.
Yeah.
there it is. Yeah. So everybody initially was holding it like they're riding a motorcycle. Just in the round before the final round, Amanda held it like her hands were upside down. And that allowed the initial muscles that she were using to relax for a little bit, because she was using different muscles here. But Cirie went all 5 rounds using the same grip, which would be the motorcycle grip. So when they went to the final round and Amanda switched back to the original grip, now those muscles have been relaxed at least for a little bit. And, she was able to outlast Cirie. Now, Cirie did seem to, it didn't seem to be her grip that gave out. It seemed to be like, she said she may have like blinked for a second and the ball rolled off. But I think it's very pointed to see that. I think that change of grip really helped Amanda outlast her there.
Yeah. Okay. So Amanda wins. She feels sick to her stomach. This sucks.
She hates this.
She hates it. She's not happy. And it feels like that Parvati has Amanda under her spell more than Cirie does.
Yeah, she says like she'll understand, and she's sort of painting this picture of her and Amanda the next day where she says like we'll be able to practice our speeches and we can just hang out, and she really talks about it as if it's a done deal. And I think there's something to that like power stance from Parvati, where it's like, I know you're gonna take me, like what is there to think about?
Yeah. So why didn't Amanda consider taking Cirie here? Like for real?
Okay. Well, I think that Parvati has the better relationship with Amanda, for sure. And I think that like Amanda, I think that Parvati like has the thing where I think that Parvati is just like, people want to be around her. People want to hang out with her. I think that also Cirie, I think, is probably going to be more formidable in the final 2, as just like in terms of like putting her arguments together. And then also that Parvati is going to say it at the final tribal council, like she's a mom, she has kids.
Yeah.
Like, and I feel like that's going to be something like that. Parvati is going to say to Amanda, I would imagine, like, who's going to vote for you? She's a family. Are you crazy? Like, vote for me.
That's true, but I also do feel like you got that. I keep want to call it the majority rules, but the touchy subjects, where the one question was like, oh, who thinks they're running the tribe, and it says Parvati. You know what I'm saying? Everybody says Parvati. So yeah, I was just wondering. So are we really saying here that at final 3, even though Amanda wins immunity, she's drawing dead against either of them?
I think that's a really interesting question in terms of, I know when we did the evolution of strategy, Josh and I talked through it. And even though that I think that this is Cirie's best game, I'm still not sure if she ultimately gets the votes here. Because I feel like that while this jury is like kind of all over the place, I think you have people that are very loyal to Amanda and very loyal to Parvati. And I don't think that there were a ton of people that were like super loyal to Cirie. Just taking a look at the people that are on the jury, like I actually think Amanda probably has a better shot against Cirie. I know as crazy as that sounds.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like just at face value, you would look at it and you would think that Amanda had the better shot against Cirie, which is why I was like wondering why she didn't even consider taking her.
So I think Amanda's going to still get the votes that she gets against Cirie, which are the Eric, James, and Ozzy. So out of the 5 Parvati votes here, well, I think Parvati, like, would Parvati vote for Amanda after Amanda just put her on the jury? I think that's a coin flip, I think.
Yeah.
And then would Natalie and Alexis, like, I guess Cirie did vote with them, but ultimately, are they going with? I think they take their cue from Parvati, really.
They're pretty mean to Amanda in their questions.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And were they mean to Amanda in their questions because they were going up against Parvati, or what? So you know what I'm saying? So and that's what, again, one of the things I'm like, you kind of know that Parvati has Natalie and Alexis's votes locked. Not you kind of know, You know, Amanda got Alexis out with the idol play, and and Natalie apparently is in love with Parvati.
I don't know. I think Eliza would vote for Suri. So I think it really comes down to like what does Parvati feel like doing, and then can she get Natalie and Alexis to follow suit?
Yeah, I do think Parvati does a bad job here, where she says to Amanda, like, "Well, Suri wouldn't win. She's pissed off way more people than I have." And it's like, what, Parvati? Don't say that.
Right? So confusing with that reverse psychology there for a second. Like, I don't know what that was.
Okay. Ultimately, Suri goes home. Is there any debate? Was this Suri's best game?
Oh, I think so. It was great.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Amanda's tears at tribal council here. You think they ultimately hurt her in the final?
I don't think the juries like seeing somebody show emotion in that way. I think that the jury, at least in terms of like, and again, is this like how it is or how it should be? But in terms of how it is, like I tend to think that the juries do not reward somebody who like is showing sort of like some sort of like weakness with. I feel like the jury respects people who are sort of like showing like strength in terms of like what they're doing, and not like having like mixed emotions about like what they're trying to do.
Right. Yeah. Maybe that's what came off false to them.
Maybe. I just feel like that Amanda is not like a great talker in terms of, she doesn't go like directly to like where she needs to go often. I feel like she gets sort of like crossed up in her words a lot. And sort of like, wishy-washy is always the word that gets thrown around with Amanda, where she just like is sort of like, yeah, maybe it could have, and nobody ends up feeling great.
That makes sense.
All right. Parvati and Amanda. They are the final two. They have breakfast? Yes.
Yep.
Biggest accomplishment of Amanda's life.
That seems right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's talk through the Final Tribal Council. Any highlights? Lindsay, what jumps out to you from Final Tribal?
I think like Amanda's obviously really, really bad at this, but I don't think Parvati's that good at a lot of these answers.
No.
Like, I think Jason's question is like kind of a stupid question, but says like, what are your redeeming qualities or something? And she's like, oh, well, like I was protective of my alliance and I was loyal and we didn't kill Gloria. Like, is that good enough? And like, you're saying, is that good enough? Like, that's not a good position to be speaking from. I also think I want to touch on Suri too, where she really paints Amanda into a corner where she says like, tell me why Parvati deserves it more than me. And so she has to speak to like why Parvati's better, whereas then she gives Parvati the opportunity to say like, Suri, you're amazing, you deserve to be here more than anyone. So she like really lobs the question in a way that like Amanda's screwed and Parvati gets to say really nice things about Suri.
Yeah, which I'm sure was intentional.
Oh yeah.
And I also want to point out Amanda really answered that really badly, in a sense, like she's like Parvati drove most of this game. She was the hand behind most of the game. Besides, and you weren't. And it's like, you're saying that to Suri, who literally helped you guys do every single thing, came up with a plan for you guys to execute it, and you're telling her that her planning and her strategy wasn't as good as Parvati, because Parvati was actually the one who did it all. I was like, wow, that's not good at all. And then Parvati follows that up with the perfect follow-up with like, you do deserve to be here because you played a really good game, and it was just more under the radar than mine. Like giving Suri the flowers, like telling Suri like, you're one of the reasons why I am sitting here. And it was an alley-oop to the wrong team. Like that's what Amanda did. She alley-ooped it to Parvati to slam dunk the Suri vote. Like after that, you're like, she's getting Suri's vote.
All right,
I
we
feel like
should
she's
also.
trying to look less wishy-washy than she did in China, where this time she's like, "Oh, I just think like Parvati played a really great game," and Suri's like,
Mhm.
"Then I did better than I did," and she's like, "Yep," like she has to commit to it now because she doesn't want to look like she's flip-flopping maybe as much as she did in China.
Like, does she
Yes.
know that she was bad in the China Final Three yet? It hasn't
I
aired
mean,
on
not
television. Did
officially.
James
Right.
give her notes? Like, listen, like,
No,
that wasn't it.
Right. And you're right, that might just be, you know, the consequence of jumping on a season so quickly. She didn't
Mhm.
get any of the fan, you know, reactions. She didn't get to see herself really on the TV to see if she could have fixed any flaws. So I mean, and then at this point Parvati had a few 2 years or so, 3 years or so
Yeah,
to
so the finale of Cook Islands is gonna be what? So that's an odd numbered season. So that's gonna be what,
to
December of 2006?
six. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
14,
yeah.
15, and now we're 16, yeah.
Yeah, so at least two years and all of that time to kind of think of what she did bad.
Mhm.
I would like to point out a few things.
Yes.
Jason asking Amanda, would she have told Ozzy? I think this was another overcorrection by Amanda by being like,
Mhm.
yeah, I would have told him, but really not elaborating.
Mhm.
But also I feel like she just said, I kind of feel like she said that because she felt that if she had said no, people wouldn't have believed her. You know what I'm saying? Like that was definitely an answer where I was like, I don't think I believe you there. You know, I don't know.
Mhm.
But it seemed disingenuous. Eliza just had to just rip into him. There was no question. She's like, oh, my butt is up in the air because I hate you both. But what was the Natalie Parvati? Like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I have to bring this up.
don't
What
have to-
was that?
You don't have to be sorry.
It'd be baffling if we didn't talk about it.
Yeah. What's going on there?
How does being a flirt translate to the bedroom in the
Mhm. Yeah. And Jeff's like, do you know what she's talking about? And Party's like, yeah, I think let me try to answer this.
Yeah, run it by me again. Jeff's face, truly iconic in this
Yeah.
moment.
And the guys on the jury are like, oh, and Jeff's like, all right.
Yeah.
Knock it off. Settle down, everybody. Order in the court.
Decorum here.
Yeah.
So I don't know what she was trying to ask. I mean, she said Parvati, she said Parvati flirted with her, and then it made me think of like, oh, so that's why they showed that butt slap in like the episode prior. Like,
Yeah.
I think, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think Parvati slapped Nat's. Yeah.
Sure.
What is happening here? Please.
I do think that she answers it the way that she meant it. Like, is she saying, like, I think what she's trying to say is, like, are you capable of having, like, genuine, intimate relationships that don't rely on you being the flirt? I think is what she's trying to say, because then Parvati goes on to say, like, there's more to me than just the flirt, but it is an old standby. So I think she's saying, like, yeah, I'm totally capable of having these
I think
relationships,
that
but I
you
will
are
choose it.
really filling in some blanks here, Lindsay. You're doing
Well,
a
she
better
says
job than Parvati did.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
think
I don't
that
know.
her answer was like, yeah, you're sexy.
Well, she does say that, but she also says it's an old standby.
Yeah, she said she gets the job done. Like she gets what she
Yes.
wants. Wow, I did not know what was happening there. I'm sorry. This whole final tribal was so interesting to me because I just honestly wasn't expecting all of the hatred towards Amanda that we saw here. So what is y'all guess as to why we got so much? Am I overreacting when I call it like vitriol that was pointed towards Amanda?
I mean, we definitely get it from Eric.
Yeah,
I think we get it from a lot of the fans.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
they felt like that. Amanda, you just played. You're one of us.
And I think it's interesting.
You're basically a fan.
I think, Rob, you've pointed out a couple times, like sometimes there's like a divide in terms of how people vote if they go out later in the game. And so
Yeah.
it's like all the people who go out like 6-5-4-3 are all super pissed at Amanda, and the ones earlier seem to feel more warmly toward her. So I wonder if it's like once she really gets
interesting.
into that Black Widow side, she's the one who's having to go in and make people feel bad about what they've done. And so I wonder if it's like a little bit of that, like where she's going to Eric and saying, like, don't you see what you've done wrong, Eric? Like you're maybe going to feel more burned by that. Like it feels more
Yeah.
personal. I don't know.
I mean, for Amanda, too bad she couldn't have gotten Eliza's vote. I mean, I feel like that Eliza, Barbie hated Eliza's guts the whole time. She's like, oh my God, I can't stand Eliza.
She's staring at us again.
Good for Parvati for picking up that vote. But if she can just flip Eliza, at least that gets it to 4-4.
Yeah. And then we have to figure out what happens. And just finally, really, Ozzy, really, before the confession of love to Amanda, we get like he can't believe Parvati threw away their friendship and
price on friendship.
Yeah, you put a price on. It goes on and on. I just wrote, "Shut up, Ozzy. Shut up." Again, okay. I'm not. All right. I seem to be a little harsh on Ozzy. But I just did not understand what was like. This is a game here, and I guess now that I think about it, they did know each other outside. You know, they played on the same season and all of that. But come on, dude, you're the biggest threat here. You know, she took her shot. The shot was made. You know, it just seemed like he was just going in a little bit too much for me. But then at that point, he was the last person, and he had just sat there and saw everybody eviscerate Amanda. So
yeah,
you know, maybe he was just trying to, you know, help her out a little bit there. But it was just a lot to me.
All right.
Yeah. Passions are high. He's a man in love.
He's in love.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really, when he stopped and he was like breathing, like I was like, what is he about to do?
Like, so awkward. I do like that Amanda and Parvati have like a little moment here after where like he's like, I've started falling in love with you, and then he sits down and Amanda and Parvati like take a moment out of the tension to look at each other and be like, a boy likes you.
Yeah.
Cute, so cute.
And so let's go to our live finale show at the Ed Sullivan Theater. Parvati and Amanda are awaiting the reading of the votes. Jeff said, word on the street, this is the best season we ever had. Not these streets, Jeff.
Yeah, fourth best we've ever had.
Fourth best we ever had. And even you know, at least one that's from before this has somehow gotten better than it. Okay. All right. We get the votes, and it's 5-3. Parvati is the winner. All right. Let's talk a little bit about this reunion show. Any memorable moments from the reunion here?
I mean, it's kind of a downer, I guess, but like Amanda says that she's like, oh, I have like major trust issues now that I've played this game for so long, and everyone laughs, and she goes, no, I'm serious. And I'm like, ha, ha, ha. But now I feel like there's like a lot more coming out about this of like people saying that they actually were super messed up after they came out of this game. Like a legitimate problem.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's something that happens to people. I don't know. It was not something I experienced. It was not like I know other survivors have talked about it where they felt like that and it comes up in Winners at War also that they like had like a lot of people had a lot of issues, but maybe if you win or you get maybe if you get to the end, maybe that's a thing that happens.
Maybe. And how about Ozzy doing the Lunch Lady Denise thing?
Oh yeah, that's wild. I mean, Ozzy has some wild reunion and finale moments, and he did a callback to Survivor China's finale where he talks about how he couldn't go back to his job in the cafeteria.
It's so good. He's like, I'm cleaning toilets now, and Amanda doesn't want to be with me anymore.
Jeff does not break.
No, not at all.
Right. So did he say why they weren't? Are they not? Why they weren't together?
I think they were still together at that point, but they are not together anymore.
Yeah.
I don't really know the story of like why Ozzy and Amanda broke up. I think I really don't know the story of why Amanda and Parvati stopped being friends.
Yeah, that seems like at this point they're still like super lovey-dovey. It's a bummer that they're not.
Yeah,
really friends
but
anymore.
in between now and Heroes versus Villains, that there will be a falling out. I'm not sure exactly what it's about.
Yeah.
Whoa, did not
Mhm.
know that.
Yeah, I think they're going to be BFFs for a little while here.
Yeah. I remember
Hmm.
reading somewhere that like Ozzy said something, and I mean, obviously it was like in an interview, so he probably wasn't going to be super candid, but he said like if we had met in a different circumstance that wasn't Survivor, maybe we wouldn't have split up, but like just the circumstances under which we met or whatever were not like good for this relationship.
Ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be like trauma bonding, you know.
Yeah,
Like-
right.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
also we get like the big montage of Eric. They really celebrate Eric here at the finale. That James gets to give his invisible crown to Eric. We check in with James. Apparently James is being harassed at his job. That he's just trying to dig graves, and then mourners are coming up and asking him to take his shirt off.
Yeah.
Oh.
Took
Poor
pictures of his
James.
Right?
abs.
Wasn't that a wild story of that?
Truly.
He was like that there was a woman who died, and then they said, "Oh, she really loved your abs. Can you take your shirt off?"
Yes, please, Mr. Gravedigger. This is
they were lying.
weird.
That was
Oh,
wild.
they just wanted to see the abs, and they use their dead
James,
relative.
Could you take your shirt off? That my dead relative really would have
Mean a lot
liked to
to
have seen your
her.
abs. Yeah.
That's so bad.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Don't you want to know more about James and his dad's family grave digging business?
Yeah. Really just any more time I can spend with James would make me happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, is it sort of like a 6 Feet Under type show where like is James's dad sort of like in the does he like administer like a funeral director?
The funeral
like,
home. Mhm.
Yeah, because he's like dressed like in it. Like I don't think you would be, like dress formally to dig the graves.
Yeah,
No,
maybe not.
James does the digging. He does the making
Yeah.
the bodies beautiful type.
Oh, he's a mortician.
Oh,
Mhm.
Oh my god.
That's
Him
what
and
I
Dara.
see it as. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I did like that. Parvati did give like all of the women here credit, though.
Mhm.
I do like that she pointed out that they all did it, and this is why this is one of my favorite seasons, because they truly did work together as a unit, systematically getting rid of the men and getting us down to a all women's final four. 5 out of 6 ain't bad, but it was such a great season for the women to just come up and take the reins, and it was so great. Yeah.
We get a preview for Survivor Gabon, and I was gonna share this on my Instagram or put it on TikTok or something. Like it is so weird the
It's so
preview that they
weird.
do for Survivor Gabon. Lindsay, did you notice this?
Yeah, no, it's like this weird thing of like every day millions of Americans go about their lives and drive cars and play t-ball, but also there are other places in the world that aren't like this. It's like what?
Gabon,
Like, and now we're in
Earth's
HD.
last Eden. Like what? Wait, what? Like, why do we need to set up that that every day people go about their ordinary lives?
It's like, and there
what
are
is-
parts of the world untouched by Americans.
I don't know what they were going for.
Yeah.
Weird.
I think I turned it off at this
Yeah,
point.
right.
why?
Yeah.
Like,
You
what?
didn't know.
Yeah. Though also, it's very awkward when one we check in with Rhino's new fiance. That's pretty awkward. And then we check in. All right, fair play. All right. Let's get the update. I mean, you came out. I don't even want to talk about your game. You came out here. You did what you did. I'm not even interested in that. What I'm interested in is that I know that you are a dad now. And he's like, yeah, that I got a hug from you. It would mean a lot if you hug my baby. And Jeff just does not acknowledge that at all. Like, well, it's nice to see you doing okay for yourself.
His reaction too, and Jeff's like, "You did what you did," and Fair Play's like, "Whoa."
Oh my god!
I do not think Jeff hugged that baby.
He
I don't think he hugged Piper.
Why would you want him to hug your baby? He clearly
Get away
doesn't
from
like
there.
you.
All right, that's the reunion. That's Survivor fans versus favorites. Anything else before we get to some questions?
Oh,
No.
God, can there possibly be
Great
more?
season.
All
It's a
right.
great season.
Great season. Lots of fun, especially, that second half doesn't quit.
No.
All right. So let's see. Okay, let's get the did somebody ask the obligatory how would Amanda have done on Winners at War?
She's replacing Parvati in this situation.
Mhm.
Who else was Parvati with? Rob.
Yeah. I think she does better than Parvati.
Probably. Not as big of a
Yeah,
threat.
yeah, so that's what I was just about to say. She doesn't come in with the reputation that Parvati does, so maybe she does go a lot further. I mean, because this is Parvati after she has this win and then goes really far in Heroes versus Villains. So if Parvati doesn't get the win, but maybe still goes far in Heroes versus Villains, I don't know. I still think Amanda goes a little bit further just because her threat levels is smaller.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. I think she's not viewed as a target.
Wyatt wants to ask, who would win in a season if you pitted the Fans tribe from this season against the Fans tribe from Caramoan?
Oh, I love this question. So good.
Who I don't remember the
Fans
tribe.
versus fans. Yeah.
Caramoan. Let me see.
Yeah, God. Snowy. I don't know. Tracy. Taking this opportunity to give all my
Tracy
credit.
Hughes Wolf makes it to the final 2 against Michael Snow and wins.
Yeah. Beats out Sherry.
Let me ask you this question from Adam Manella, who says, did the success of the Black Widow Brigade forever sabotage the prospects of any future all-women's alliance? I mean, that we'll have an all-women Final 5 in Survivor One World.
Oh,
So,
yep.
no. But what do you think is the impact of the Black Widow Brigade?
Yeah, so I think one of the things I was thinking about in watching this is I think even before now, there's been this overzealous fear of a women's alliance that we see in a lot of different seasons where there's this major concern from the guys that the women are going to get together. We have to make sure that doesn't happen. That's one of the things I love about this is this is the one time when you actually should have been very afraid of that. But I think going forward, it's going to make it that much scarier of oh, remember that one time that the Black Widow Brigade happened? We need to make sure that doesn't happen again. And so I think it was already on people's radar, but now it's going to be extra on people's radar.
Yeah.
Because I know, I mean, in Big Brother, this is apparently the looming fear every season is, watch out for that all women's alliance, even though one was never ever successful ever in the history of the show, really. But watch out for it. In Survivor, if anything, I don't know if the alliance itself really was such a major thing, but I felt definitely Parvati, watch out for the flirt, watch out for the couples, you know what I'm saying? Watch out for the women who can manipulate, if anything. Seems, to me, and just my thought process, I guess, it just seems like they, anytime we got a beautiful girl, oh, she's gonna try and be Parvati, so she's the Parvati.
And for Heroes versus Villains too, I know you haven't gotten there yet, Rob, but I know that that's part of it is they're gonna be so afraid that there's a secret women's alliance going on the villain side that's how Russell ends up getting the idol from JD. So that's a pretty specific impact where they're that's what's going on over there. We know it's an all women's alliance.
Yeah.
Oh snap! I forgot. Okay. Yeah.
Also, this particular group of women, I think it doesn't give them enough credit to say it was just, it's just a women's alliance that happened this season, where I think that you have to have very skilled players to be able to, keep this thing going without a Parvati to be able to keep a, Alexis and Natalie following them to their detriment, and Suri sort of being able to look at the chessboard and see which way they can go, or Amanda to win the immunities when they need to. They're not going to be able to pull this off, a Natalie to sort of just get wound up and be sort of the just a barking dog that can be going off on Siska when they need her to do that, or to get Eric upset. So ultimately, it's a very specific group, and I feel like that in One World, you had some like elite players at the top of it, at least to sort of like to drive it. So it's not like necessarily like it's going to be any season where, anybody's going to be able to put something together like this.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Alicia Rosa and Christina Cha are not like pulling off these moves.
No. Okay. Cecil Wilson, how would Suri have done on Winners at War?
Oh, I wish we could have seen it.
I know.
I think she'd be in trouble.
Yeah, she said in her quarantine questionnaire that she was super jealous watching it because she wished she was there and thought it would have been super fun.
Yeah. So I mean, does Suri, so we're saying Suri replaces Parvati? Or are we saying Suri
Yeah, she'd have to
replaces
replace
Sarah?
Parvati. No, which
That's what I
time?
wouldn't wanna.
Yeah,
I
she's
mean,
out
in
early
my
for
perfect
sure.
world.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
that would be really fun if she replaced Sarah, and then you could have seen her and Parvati back on a season together.
Yeah.
That would have been wild.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Let me do one more question, and then we'll pick up the rest on the patron feedback show. Did we talk about who would win in a final 3 with Parvati, Suri, and Amanda? We did. I know we did Suri versus Amanda, but if we make it a final 3.
So Parvati, no matter what, gets Natalie and Alexis's votes, right?
Yep.
Amanda gets Ozzy's vote.
And
Yeah.
James.
And James, I would think, too.
And James, okay. So Suri, does she get Jason and Eric's votes?
I feel like
Does she
Amanda
get
might
Eliza's
Eric.
vote?
I don't know if Suri really had any connection with Jason.
Yeah.
He voted for Parvati in the real thing.
I think Amanda might get it here.
Yeah, because I definitely think Eliza would give Suri her vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eliza gives Suri, so that takes away one from Parvati. Yeah. Maybe
Jason's going to be the decider probably, because I think Eric probably still sticks with Amanda. It's a question of whether Jason switches or sticks with Parvati.
Yeah. And the hard thing that we don't know is like how Suri would have done in the final tribal council, because I kind of feel like that she would have mopped the floor with Amanda and Parvati because
that's true.
Said, neither of them were that great, and I think that Suri would have been ready to go. But I guess we'll never know until she comes back and plays. Okay, all right. Let me give you then the results to our survey, and let's find out what is going to be the number 3 season of all time. All right. Who is this season's MVP?
Suri.
Suri is correct. 58%.
There you go.
Suri. There you go. All right. 35% said Parvati, and then 1% said Amanda.
Wow. I know.
Which one-time player would you most like to see come back and play again in a future season? All right, so basically this is going to be the fans minus Eric Reichenbach. Which one of these people do you want to see come back and play again?
I know I would want Tracy come back because I really liked her maneuvering, but the fan vote the survey, I would think maybe people would say Jason.
I think Lindsay? It's Tracy. Leaning into it.
Okay, it is Natalie Bolton, a runaway, 71%.
I thought, but because they just gave her such a bad edit, and didn't, like they said, a lot of people did not like her at the time. But I hope, I'm glad she's getting her.
I completely forgot about it.
Yeah. All right, 71%.
I thought about it.
Tracy Hughes Wolf, 10%. Jason Siska, 7.5%.
Okay.
All right. Which name on this list made you pause and think to yourself, wait, who's that?
It's Mary.
Mary
who? 74% said Mary. Mikey B had 8.7%, and Joel 6.6. All right. Who's the most underrated player of the season?
People seem to like Natalie. Maybe Natalie. Or Amanda.
Okay.
Oh, it's probably Amanda.
I'll go with Natalie as well.
Okay. It is Natalie. 23%. Amanda had 8%. Eric Reichenbach, 12.57%. All right. Who got the recently rebranded Natalie Cole Award for Best Pre-Merge Boot?
Penner.
Penner.
Oh, right. Okay.
38%. Tracy Hughes Wolf,
Yeah, I was gonna say Tracy.
23.5%. And Amy Cusack with 17.99%.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Winner rankings. We asked the listeners to rank the winners from 1 being the best winner and 40 being the worst winner. Where did they rank Parvati?
Did you guys already reveal the top 3 winners?
So we have given the average score that people have voted on. So
Oh, right,
basically,
right,
we're
right.
asking people to give a number from 1 to 40, and then we slot that average number
In
into
between.
into the rankings.
I mean, Parvati is literally so beloved. Like that's why I'm like, she has to be in the top 3, which again is criminal. Why this season is at 4.
Mhm.
So I mean, I'd say overall average at 3. I would average at 3.
Okay.
I'll go 6.
Okay. She ends up being 8.21 out of
good.
40, which ends up putting her at the 3rd best spot behind Tony number 2, Kim Spradlin, Parvati, then Jeremy Collins, and Todd Herzog.
Yeah.
I do think that ends up being a little high for Parvati. I don't think that this is the 3rd best game that we've ever seen in the history of the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think that this was such a
Thanks.
ensemble that
that's true.
and we pointed to a lot of things that Parvati did a lot of things right, but also she made some mistakes along the way. It was not like a flawless victory, and I kind of feel like that the 3rd best game of Survivor that's ever been played is probably got to be more of a flawless victory. So I think it's probably a little high.
Yeah.
And justice for Natalie Anderson, man.
Yeah, she's
True.
at number 9. She's at number 9.
Yeah.
All right. Then Rob's rewatchability rankings. Boy, I got to let me open that tab up and then I'll update. I don't have that updated live right now. All right, I'll give you that before the end of the show. All right. So let's then go back and take a look at our what's coming up next. All right, is it time? Is it time for that already? Okay.
Already.
There are 3 seasons left.
Mhm.
37 weeks ago tonight, on a night just like this, we started the all-time season rankings. There are but 3 seasons left. Pearl Islands, Heroes versus Villains, Cagayan. What is the 3rd best season of all time?
Pearl Islands.
Yeah.
Okay. The answer is Pearl Islands.
Wow. What a ride for Pearl Island.
What a ride. Mike Bloom and Haley Strong will join me next Tuesday night to talk about the 3rd best season of all time. And then you can debate all week long. What is going to be number 1? Will it be Heroes versus Villains or will it be Survivor Cagayan?
We'll
see.
Not my tops, but you know.
Yeah. Okay.
At that point, when you say there's only those 3 left, Pearl Islands has to be the 3rd one.
Okay. All right. So I'll say this is the best season to rewatch. How about that?
Woo-hoo.
Okay. Put it up. Put it number 1 on the rewatchability rankings.
I'd love to see it, Rob.
I just think that when you're watching it, it feels like more important than David versus Goliath, which is the 2nd best on my countdown. I would say that I think that maybe I was gonna say that the pre-merge it has like maybe some higher highs, but I think that overall, I mean, this season is just like a murderer's row, like boom, 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 boom. It doesn't let up. Okay.
I was thinking too, Rob, based on you made that comment during David versus Goliath about like the entire act being tribal council at the end of the show and it feeling super bloated. I thought this one felt like really tight, well told, great stories every episode.
Yeah.
So I agree with you.
Yes. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about what else is coming up here on Rob as a Podcast. All right. Tomorrow night, we will be back to talk about everything going on in the world of Big Brother on Wednesday night when Melissa Denny, Kirsten McInnes, and Asia Welch joined me to talk about the Wednesday night veto. We'll see everything that's going on Wednesday when I'm back to talk about Big Brother. If you missed the slop on Monday night, I had a lot of fun with Maggie Morgan talking about all of the hottest veto or OTEBs ever, which is a lot of fun over on the slop for the patrons only Monday night on Rob as a Podcast. Then, this was a very spooky night at my house on Friday night because I started the night off. I talked about this celebrity paranormal project with Chappelle, and we started talking about spooky ghosts, and then it continued on in the Patron 5 for 5, and it was a night that I will never forget in my entire life. That is Celebrity Paranormal Project. That's just part one of my crazy night on Friday night. Very funny RHAP rewind. We talked also we had the Keeves Peeves over on Rob and Akiva Need a Podcast, where myself, Akiva, and Sasha Joseph tried to rank the listeners' pet peeves, and we had a lot of fun on that one on the latest Rob and Akiva Need a Podcast. And then check this out. Okay. All right. SummerSlam predictions. How many were right? How many were wrong, Mari?
I'm not sure because when we recorded that, we made logical sense, but WWE does what they want to do. So not a lot of our predictions came true.
Yes.
We got a lot of swerves, a lot of like matches called different ways. So
what's coming up next then?
So next you'll get our SummerSlam reaction podcast. That will be with our regular one. We normally do it separately, but we'll have to put it together, give you just a nice big bloated episode of the Wrestling Wrap Up. So check us out this week. We'll do the SummerSlam reviews. We'll do NXT TakeOver 36 reviews, and then we'll talk about this week in wrestling. And we have some great guests lined up as well.
Okay, check that out in the Wrestling Wrap Up podcast feed or in the Reality TV Wrap Ups podcast feed. And again, so much going on in our Patreon podcast feed between the slop, the BBQ&A, the Patreon 5 for 5, and our Patreon feedback show, which is going to be back on Thursday. That's all at robinswebsite.com/patron. And of course, check out robinswebsite.com/offers to see everything that our sponsors have for you, and hit subscribe to follow us on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts, and then RHAP Grams on Instagram and Rob's Podcast on Twitter. Thank you so much for that, Scott. Okay. All right. Mari, where can people follow you on social media?
Okay, you can always follow me on Twitter and on Stereo at Mari Talks Too Much. It's 2 like the number 2. You can also follow the Wrestling Wrap Up on Twitter using at Wrestling Wrap Up and hashtag Wrestling Wrap Up to join the conversation. We try and talk through some of the stuff that we're watching throughout the week, or get your questions and stuff like that. So you can always follow me there.
Okay. Great job here tonight, Mari. Very fun to get your Micronesia takes.
Yes, it was fun to be here. Like, this is like Lindsay said, like sometimes when you're talking about like such great seasons, you're worried about like what the reaction is going to be. But I think this season is it's very straightforward. It gives you a lot, it's very easy and very fun to rewatch and talk about. So, I mean, I feel great. I'm so glad. Thank you so much, Rob, for having me on for this one and having me back on the Survivor season rankings.
Yes. Okay. Well, thanks for making the time to be with us here tonight on this very long look back at Survivor Micronesia. Lindsay, what's next for you?
Yeah, God, moving very soon. So that has consumed my whole life. But also doing the Simpsons Then and Now podcast. We talk about an old episode and a new episode, compare and contrast. We're about to do one on the Simpsons movie, which I had never seen up until very recently. And then I'm also doing, I know, it was a bit of a blind spot. And then I'm also doing BoJack Horsepod, where we are doing a spoiler-free BoJack Horseman rewatch with myself and Kirsten McInnes, and we're almost done season 3 of that. So really having fun over there, and check those out.
Okay, Lindsay,
Yeah.
thanks again for being back with us on the countdown. It's been great to have you here with us for 3 seasons.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Thank you so much for letting me come on 3 times. I hope it wasn't annoying. I know my internet got glitchy partway through, so I hope that wasn't annoying
It
for
was
people. But
it was fine, and
okay,
we barely noticed. Okay,
wonderful. Okay, good.
all
I'm
right,
glad
yeah.
this is the one
So
people are paying attention to.
and we had some interesting connections here. We went from China at 5. We did the Amanda and James from 5 to 4, and now we're gonna see double fair play from 4 to 3 here.
How could you forget Double Rhino, Rob?
And double rhino. Who could? Yes, of course. That's right. So thank you so much for joining us here on our number 4 countdown, and we'll see you next time. Talk with Survivor Pro.